Good evening. I welcome all the participants to this fifth day of the internal audit refresher course. I have with me Central Council member C. Anil Bhandari. He is also the speaker for the first session, and I'm sure he's going to show us something really new and different, which you have not seen. I also have with me Chairman WRC Amit Kariya, and we also have with us Treasurer WRC CA Jayesh Kala. So friends, today, since we've gone through the whole risk-based IA plan, the sampling analytic procedures, the documentation, also the report writing yesterday. Now today, let us look at what are the tools, technology, and what can we adopt, and how do we take it ahead from here. So with that background, let me now request Treasurer WRC CA Jayesh Kala to give his few words and also introduce C. Anil Bhandari. Over to you.
Thank you, Murtaza bhai. At the outset, I would like to congratulate you for making this program a wonderful program, wonderful all 360-degree view of internal audit you have taken into consideration. And the initiative, somehow I would like to give some of the initiatives taken by WIRC. When one of the initiative is of mentorship program. WIRC has started a mentorship program wherein we are training the mentees who are either a fresh chartered accountant or who would like to change or would like to excel in their existing area of practice. They can enroll themselves as mentees, as well as those who are considering themselves as well experienced and who can devote time and who has a passion to train the mentees can enroll themselves as mentors. We already have a list of mentors who already have registered as mentors and would be training the mentees. We have as present two type of mentorship program. That is, one is on the job training, wherein the mentee would be required to go to the mentor's place for 6 months and get the training, formal training. And we have periodic consultancy wherein mentors and mentee can sit in a week or 15 days as per the convenience of both mentor and mentee, and can take the guidance from the mentor. The entire details are available in WIRC website. Members can take benefit and can get enrolled in that program. Today we are fortunate to have one of the most dynamic and technological person of institute, CA Anil Bhandari ji, who is past chairman of WIRC. He is also the past president of Institute of Internal Auditor and is on the board of ICAI India Growth Task Force. He is an elected Central Council member of ICAI and therein the chairs the Digital Transformation Group. He is chairman of Internal Audit Standards Board, vice chairman of Financial Reporting Review Board. Anil ji has assessed the Reserve Bank of India's Internal Audit Department as lead assessor for the highly acclaimed Internal Audit Quality Assessment Review of IIA, Institute of Internal Auditor. Further, he has also assisted the Inspection Department of RBI in its quest to implement the risk-based internal audit and enterprise risk function at RBI. He has been nominated by the ICAI on the working committee jointly by IRDA for establishing best practices and controls for the investment risk management systems audit. Anil Bhandari ji also plays a thought leadership role in TRI, SEBI, etc. He is chartered accountant by profession. He started his career as a management consultant, serving in many sectors which ranged from engineering to commodities and from healthcare to information technology. Besides, he has led several M&A due diligence teams on behalf of clients spanning several industry verticals, especially in the European Union region. For last 1.5 decades, he has been successfully mentoring ANB, a leading risk advisory consulting firm. Whenever we think of technology, we think of transformation. Anil ji is always in our mind and is always our preferred choice for this particular topic. So we all are fortunate to have Anil ji with us. So we would welcome him for the session. Thank you very much. Over to you, Murtaza bhai.
Thank you, Jayesh bhai. I congratulate you for the excellent initiative on mentorship, and also the dynamic chairman for leading us and starting so many new programs. I also recognize presence of Regional Council Member Kamlesh Sabu. Kamlesh bhai, welcome. And CA, I request CA Anil Bhandari now to start his session. Sir, over to you. Anil ji, over to you.
Just a
Sir,
minute.
you are
Am I audible?
Yes.
Cool. So thank you, Murtaza, Secretary, the Treasurer, Chairman at WIRC, Manishi, Kamlesh Sabu, and congratulations on WRC to have. I don't want to share the screen at this point in time. I'll just try and do a impromptu. So you can take the share content away. I will request for it if I need to share any slide going forward. Yeah. How do I blow this up? Can you just take the share the screen thing away?
Mishra-ji.
Okay, I got it. No worries. Okay. So I'm saying congratulations to WRC for having kept this refresher course on the internal audit. I think it's a very important subject well, it was always important, but I think in the new era, this is likely to be more important, and I'll speak about it as I try and do conversation with all of us here today. I'm not sure what are the other sessions that you've had so far, Murtaza. What are the other sessions that we've done so far?
So on the first day we started and we did the whole risk-based IA plan. On the second day we did the documentation, evidence and sampling, etc. On the third day, then we went on to stakeholder management, soft skills, and even audit committee expectation, and we had a panel on that. And yesterday we had everything on reporting, the whole internal audit reporting to the normal reports, audit committee, and everything that way. And now today we are talking about the next generation tools and techniques. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. So I think typically whenever we would want to do anything around internal audit, and you would agree with me, Murtaza, that we always go back to the risk-based internal audit fundamentally, and that also essentially becomes our first starting point. And I don't even know in the future whether the framework would still continue to be the same. And I think as we delve and as we talk more, we'll probably have a little more clarity around it. But yes, fundamentally, the risk-based methodology is a very important methodology for deep diving into anything to do with internal audit. And if you look at our standards, incidentally, what has been brought out by the Institute, also, of course, creates a lot of focus around the risk-based internal audit. But I do have some views around it, and I would probably come to it a little later half of my discussion with all of you here today. The second one around document management and sampling, I think again has been a wonderful topic all across the years. And especially as auditors, I think the first thing that anybody looks at is, does the auditee have documentation, and does the auditor have documentation, right? And do we even have an audit file wherein we ensure that evidences are collected and stored? Incidentally, I'm not sure again what happens and what's your experience, Murtaza, here, but incidentally, what has been happening in the last 2 or 3 years, at least my audit teams come back to the office without any documents, right? So most of the time, the clients are now saying that, you cannot take out anything from my office. You have to keep it here. And of course, they go to the extent of saying that, look, we will give you a folder, you store all the documents there. But you and I know that as auditors, and we're always called in hindsight after 5 years, if there is an investigation, if there is a fraud, if the company goes down, and at that point in time, to marry the documentation which is kept by organizations, maybe neatly in a folder, to marry that to your checklist becomes very, very difficult. So I don't even know how do you address these kind of challenges in the world today, and how do you ensure that your document management file, which is up and available even for a peer review or an internal peer review for that matter, because most of the time the partner is sitting in the office, audit is done at a location, and of course the base audit files and the documents are not shared in today's context. So now you have a different story all the way here in terms of how do you do document management. What if I were to tell everybody that probably there will be no documents in the future? Yeah. So what about an evidence that you're trying to collect? And that is also something that maybe we will touch upon again in the course of the conversation that I'm likely to have with you around the future of accounting, auditing, and around that. Now, another thing that you had, Murtuza, was about sampling. And bear with me, I'm talking about the sessions that you have taken because I want to relate this to the sessions that you have taken. So, for example, I started by saying that maybe the risk methodology that we talk about may not be a valid methodology in the next 10 years or after 10 years. Maybe the documentation that we're talking about, I'm saying there's going to be no documentation in the next 10 years. Maybe the sampling that you're talking about, I'm saying there will be no sampling in the next 10 years. So unfortunately, whatever we are teaching in a lighter way to all our students and all our members today may not be even true after 10 years. Yeah. So that's just on the lighter way. But even the sampling methodology would undergo a 360-degree curve because the expectation of the auditors, the regulators is no longer sampling here. And I've said this several times before, at least in my conversations, that I think regulators are looking for 100% confidence, even in subjects like internal audit, unfortunately, right? And our topics around stakeholders are becoming very interesting again. And I'm sure during the course of your conversation, you would have all the possible discussions. So, for example, you have all your employees, you have your vendors, they are stakeholders, your investors are your stakeholders. What happens to minority stakeholders of an organization? Do you have a special duty to the minority stakeholders to the organization? Do you have a special duty on your majority stakeholders in the organization? Is your duty any different to your internal stakeholders within the organization? For example, the CEO, for example, right? The CEOs are always focusing on growth, for example. That's an aspect. So is your internal auditing strategy, of course, the internal auditing strategy has to be aligned to the business strategy of an organization. If it is aligned to the business strategy of an organization, are you actually helping the organization to grow? And then your entire stakeholders and expectations change, whereas your investors are wanting protection against their invested value and value announcements and so on and so forth. So I think the idea of trying to put this into perspective was that the core foundations on which we actually build our internal audit practice, or the core foundations on which we have kind of relied over a period of time and evolved, I think those core foundations are likely to shake in the near future, and we would have to adapt very, very quickly to the changing foundations on the internal audit. And what are these changing foundations likely to be internal audit is, of course, a matter of discussion and debate. But I would love to maybe highlight a couple of elements around those areas, and just bear with me while I take you through some of my thought processes. The first thing that we're talking about is the future of accounting, for example, and that is what has been the topic of interest and topic of our discussion today. That what is likely to be the future of accounting? And I have said this again 100 times over, that audit and accounting is a dying profession, and I don't really mean in a way dying, but I think it's a fast changing profession for sure. There is no doubt about it. But let us for a minute only take into consideration and assume that auditing and accounting is a dying profession. Let us just for a minute just take that into consideration and put our minds in terms of what next, how is it going to evolve. And that takes us to the next topic of, if you don't have accounting and auditing, how are organizations likely to survive? How are auditors likely to survive? And what are we going to do about it? So let's talk about auditing. So let's talk about accounting first. Now, all of us are very aware that after the GSTN has been set up, and you have the electronic invoices being uploaded on the government platforms, I think accounting, the entire invoicing function, for example, is now likely to, it continues to be where it is today, but it is now likely to go through some amount of change in the future. Of course, electronic invoices are now being available on the platforms, which means these invoices have become some form of readable invoices. It could be either PDFs, it could be either Word documents, but because you put some tags around it, because you got some number around it, now these invoices can be tracked end to end. Can you imagine if these invoicing system is now put on top of maybe a blockchain system? You would actually not be able to even change your invoices going forward. Even today, for example, you'll have a trouble because you've uploaded your invoice, you've got a number back. It becomes very difficult for you to change it. So What I'm saying is, in the future, it'll become more and more difficult for you to move around your entire structure and methodology of how you invoice, when the transactions are likely to be invoiced, and all the agility that we had in the past in our tele systems, or all of these adjustment entries that we would do. I don't mean by adjustment only the cash adjustment that one would look at. That's not the intent. What I mean by adjustment is sometimes that you do a lot of stuff around profit management, and how much ever we may not like to talk about it, large organizations and small organizations do have some of the other methodologies where they would want to work around some of the other standards. So I'm not saying it's going to be a misuse of standards, but people may want to take advantage of an opinion, or people may want to take an advantage of a thought process, and they want to do it in a particular way, interpreting a standard in a particular way, for example, and it's a fact of life. What is our responsibility as internal auditor there? How are we going to look at it? Again, a matter of subject and debate. But what I'm saying is that the foundation of all of those entries that we do currently is shifting from what we used to do in a tele, maybe once in a quarter, once in 6 months, is now shifting online. It is becoming more structured. Now, that has been possible because of the fact that we need to do electronic invoices. Now, can you imagine I extend this electronic invoice and make it into a piece of code? And again, this is something that I've spoken about, and I'm sure it could be a reputation for some of you who would have heard me before, to say that these electronic invoices become a piece of code. So tomorrow, these platforms that we talk about, you upload the electronic invoices, and you also upload a piece of code along with the electronic invoice, which is actually in real sense an electronic invoice. Now, what would this electronic invoice do? When you uploaded the electronic invoice, and when I go to the same portal, now I cannot but use an invoice which has come on an email to me. I will have to go on my portal. I will have to look at the invoice that you have generated, for example, because you want to charge me for something. I will have to download those invoices. When I download that invoice, it could be even done today, because the invoices are available, and the government after 6 months can say, hey, you know what? Your source of truth is the invoice which is uploaded on that platform. Start downloading those invoices. Fair enough. The government could then come and say, let's start downloading this piece of code which comes along with that invoice. That piece of code actually would do your debits and credits going forward, and you would not need to actually incorporate or do a data entry for debit and credit. Now, a lot of us here, I'm sure, would have either looked at a scenario like this, would have either been aware about something that is happening, for example, in the European region and other places, where this piece of code would automatically now do a debit and credit. And can you imagine a tele system or an SAP system where it goes and does in debit and credit, and it fits in the right buckets, and then there is a workflow solution which kicks in to say that you still need an approval from that invoice, you still need an approval of your CFO, you still need an approval of your business head. So that would actually automatically for an approval. And once the approval comes in, the accounting entry actually goes through your system. And automatically your accounts payable, your receivables, all of that gets settled automatically. And because you now continue to have, all of us, in fact, get our banking transactions actually in a textual or a CSV format, because we take that transactions from bank like an HDFC, ICAI bank, and then upload it and then try and do a recon, whether it has got a tally, whether you've got an SAP, whether you've got an Oracle, for example. So if you've got any of those systems which provide you with a small recon module, you'll be able to pull this and recon yourself, right? I'm saying, where is the necessity to do all of this if the electronic invoice has done a debit and a credit, and during the time of your recon, your account automatically hits the bank account, the data comes in, you'll be able to reconcile in terms of what you have got and what you have not got going forward. So a huge chunk of accounting entries and the way that you do accounting would go away. Now, somebody would stand up and ask a question of, hey, who's going to take a call of where this accounting entry is going to lie? Right? Will it go into my capital expenditure? Will it go into my OPEX expenditure? Somebody will have to take a call. Fair enough. Somebody has to take a call. So maybe the first step is, when an electronic invoice is coming up, it goes through an approval process, and there's somebody, a human being, for example, goes and says in a drop down that this is where my accounting entry has to go. But I'm saying, as we become more and more structured, these kind of questions would also not come in, and automatically the entries would start hitting into the different buckets without you or me having to intervene in any of those aspects. And if that was going to happen, then automatically your monthly closures would become like a cakewalk. I mean, you don't really have to worry about it so much. You don't have to look at your accounting entry. All of that would become a very, very easy cakewalk. And after that, if we still have a question of where is the accounting profession likely to go, then probably I don't have an answer to that. But my feeling is that 80% of what we do in terms of regular accounting, because of the pressure of the government, because of the pressure of the regulator, because of an amazing amount of transformation being available because of the technology evolution, and also the thought processes of people where everybody wants everything like now, for example, right? Because convenience has become so important. I think we are for sure likely to walk this path in a very near future, could be even 5 years from now. Now, for a moment, let's assume that this is likely to happen from 5 years from now. If it is likely to happen 5 years from now, can you imagine all of these accounting treatments that we train people on, even students, even chartered accountants, even the accountants who come in. So the first impact item would be the accountants who walk into our office. They're no longer likely to be an expert on accounting because they don't really have to do something like that. A chartered accountant or a student who's been taught accounting entries don't need to really get into that granularity of a debit and credit and where the accounting entry has to go, because it's likely to become more and more structured. It's like nobody wants to understand how 2 and 2 is equal to 4. Right? We have been taught that 2 and 2 is equal to 4. Why not 5, for example? Why not 10, for example? Right? Have you ever asked the question to ourselves that why 2 and 2 is equal to 4? Right? We have never asked. But fundamentally, when this would have started, a 2 and 2 equal to 4 would have been there as a fundamental understanding, a foundation, and then that would have emerged into as 2 and 2 equal to 4 in mathematics. So similarly, because it's going to become structured, after 3 or 4 years, you're not going to ask, why does this have to get into an OPEX? Why does this have to get into a CAPEX? It'll automatically go into OPEX because that's how it's meant to happen, which means what we have learned in terms of accounting is also likely to go through a change, because we'll now need to learn on top of all of this and not really the debits and the credits. So it's going to have an amazing amount of impact on our students. It's got an amazing amount of impact on how we even learn accounting in our chartered accountancy course. Now, if all of this were to happen, right, and the future of the accounting would become more of mathematics and technology, how do we think through auditing in these circumstances, right? And I have a strong feeling that if all of this were to be structured, then it's not too difficult for you to set auditing rules around the accounting entries that you're trying to do. And so the auditor comes in and he just presses a button in your ERP system at the end of the month to say, hey, you know what? Run a scan across all of these entries and find out whether all have gone into the right buckets, A, or don't even do that. Don't even look at a transaction. Go and do a scan around the rules of the transaction to make sure that the rules are appropriately set. And they would come run a report, and they would probably have exceptions, because maybe in the next 5 years, you still need a human being to intervene somewhere. And then they'll come and ask you questions around why this and why that, and how is that possible? And auditing would become more engaging, real time in nature, and typically you'd be able to audit it very, very quickly, and there would be no requirement of sampling. But I'm thinking through even something slightly more different. I'm saying, why would you want to come in a month or a quarter and do an audit, right? I'm sure all of us are very, very aware about a concept called concurrent audit. And even before concurrent audit came in, we were all very sure about a concept called pre-audits. Typically, pre-audits used to happen for expense items, and it could happen for any item, for example, right? And these were the old day concepts to ensure that frauds don't happen. We are always real time, things are good, and the quality of the accounting is good, which in the last 10, 15, 20 years have completely gone away, because we've gone to the risk-based concept. Don't look at immaterial items, look at material items, and so on and so forth. Why? Because the volumes had become bigger. We didn't have the technology, so of course nobody would have the time to put thousands of people to try and do anything like that around auditing. But in the future, if an accounting entry is going to hit the debit and the credit, and the accounting entry is also likely to decide, that code is likely to decide where it has to go, why can't it go and hit an API of an auditing system to probably run the scan that the auditing system has to run. So what would be the rules that an auditing system may want to run? A, is the rule engine set right, which means the debit and the credit going to the right places? And is that as per the accounting standards? And similarly, is that as per your auditing standards in terms of what you have to look at? The second scan it will come and do is this a related party transaction? Very difficult to do? No, not at all difficult to do. The third scan it will run is there a potential of fraud there? Why? Is this party a new party? Is this party an existing party? Have I done a similar transaction? The fourth scan could be, are the rates any different from what you had purchased, or are they continuing to be the same rates they have purchased? Do you have a proper purchase order around it, and do you have a proper agreement around it? You may still not get into the agreement to check what is really in the agreement. Maybe we can do it in phase 2. So if I'm saying all of these rules bundled into a nice bucket, and accounting entry hits this bucket in a transaction, it'll take a couple of seconds for the accounting entry to churn out and say, hey, you know what, there seems to be an exception around it, or this accounting entry seems to be perfectly okay. I would call this as more of an accounting and auditing integrated systems, which are likely to come in the near future. I'm very sure they're likely to come, maybe not 5 years, maybe 10 years in time, but for sure we're all going to walk this path, because again, expectation is real time, volumes are really fast, higher, and so on and so forth. If you were to extend this concept to, say, maybe a financial services company, payment processing companies, all of that, and including the internal audit, I mean, all of those checks are possible against every transaction. So, for example, let me take an example coming out from accounting, but still a transaction, for example, a revenue transaction that you're done, your company called Paytm, for example, and you are using a transaction which, for example, Anil has entered into, and it goes and hits a Paytm server, and then eventually it goes and hits wherever it has to hit. For me to go on that server, for the transaction to be approved and then hit on to wherever it has to go, eventually all of us go and do our concurrent audits around NBFCs and around payment companies and banks. Why do we have to do all of those concurrent audits going forward, or even statutory audits around those transactions? So even millions of transactions will go and hit an API. It will check, A, do I have the KYC of Mr. Bhandari? Is the transaction for what? Is that below 200 bucks because he's buying something? Is that going to a Flipkart, which is perfect? Nothing required. Transaction perfectly valid. Let it go through. So I'm saying all of these checks could become a mega auditing solution, which can be broken into multiple pieces, and then it would be run on an ongoing basis to be able to come to a conclusion that is something right or wrong. And that, my friends and colleagues and chartered accountants, to me looks like the future of auditing and accounting, or accounting and auditing going forward, because I think I'm seeing integrated solutions and systems being available, which may be validated by regulators, which may be certified by tax authorities to ensure that, you know, appropriate taxes on the way are collected, deposited around the GST, around even the income tax, for example. Believe me, all that I've spoken about, fundamentally, the thought process is always there on the paper. I have it, somebody else would have it, you would probably have it. It's a question of putting two together and creating technologies and tools around it, which I think in today's world is absolutely not very difficult, given the fact that, and especially for countries like India, given the fact that, you know, you have so many people having technology knowledges here. Before we move to all of this integrated platform, there is still this opportunity in the next 5 or 10 years where I think our internal auditors and our auditors would have to go through this learning phase or evolution phase, and where you may need to upskill your skills to be able to do something intermediately, means something which is before an ideal system comes up, you may need to do that. And I believe during that period of time, automation, robotics, processes and bots, which are also pieces of code, for example, and they're also doing what I was trying to describe to you or impress upon you is likely to happen in an integrated platform. These are pieces of code which actually do, you know, all the rule engines and stuff like that. I think there is a fantastic opportunity for these kind of solutions to survive in the next 10 years, build on top of it. And that is the reason that when you look at a company called UiPath, it's almost valued at what, maybe $20-30 billion. If you look at Automation Anywhere, humongous valuation. And these tools are likely to last for the next 10 or 15 years, because as these tools evolve, the core solutions would have undergone a change by that time. And SAP cannot undergo a change very, very quickly in terms of what I'm talking about, because you need to set a rule engine, you need to set all of this together. So what you're all likely to see is the ERP of a different mold in going forward. And that ERP I would call as a combination of a BPM solution, which is a business process management solution, tightly integrated with bots, and then tightly integrated with an analytics platform, and then tightly integrated with a visualization platform. So you have a BPM, bot, analytics, and a visualization platform coming into one, and you would probably create an intelligent system, which could be one system, say for example, inventory management. It could be one system for accounts payable. It could be one system for procure to pay. It could be one system for reconciliation. And these systems in the next 10 years are likely to become intelligent and maybe more intelligent based on the learnings that one would have. And finally, all of these would converge into a final integrated platform that I was trying to talk to you about. So I think these are the times are likely to come through, and these are the changes that I foresee likely to happen. And for us as chartered accountants, I think these are trying times, because what we've been taught in the course curriculum in colleges is nowhere close to what is expected to happen, and what we have been asked to audit also is nowhere close to what is expected to happen. We still grapple with issues around audit committees. We still grapple with issues around negotiating a report. We still grapple around issues around, what is to be shown to whom are we responsible. Even these questions today come up, and we still grapple with the fact that any organization or some organization have even gone through a proper risk-based internal audit or a risk-based process, or do they have a risk department in place to ensure that risk is in control. So we still grapple with these kind of scenarios. But as you see, world is really moving very fast. In the last 5 years, I think every industry would have likely to go through a change. So I think this is what I thought I would like to kind of highlight and appraise you around the fact and pass some messages that these are technology evolutions which are happening on a daily basis and are likely to change what we do. If you look at any report today, you go to Google, World Economic Forum, Institute of Internal Auditing, even Chartered Accountants Institute today, any magazine that you pick up, and you would probably realize that one of the biggest impact of technology is likely to be on the accounting and the auditing function, besides the other functions in the world. So auditing and accounting is likely to be hit pretty hard in the next 10 years. So what does one do around it? And I'm sure this is always a question that I see all my members asking me, for example, what does one do around the fact that something is likely to happen? My only suggestion to people who are in the consulting world and the audit world is that of course, you still have to do your audit tomorrow. Of course, you're going to write the same reports tomorrow. That's not changing for you. But if you have an eye on incremental changes, if you have your eye on trying to make sure that you are at the forefront of understanding the bots, using automation tools, auditing them, you would at least be the first ones to be able to experience an integrated platform and understand it when it comes. Because when it comes, it's going to really hit you very, very hard. And for our newer generation, unfortunately, I think our education system would have to go through a change for them to be prepared to handle something like this. So I think for our auditing friends, analytics and bots, I'm sure all of you would have gone through all of this, but please visualize it in the way that I'm trying to impress upon you, whether it's a statutory audit or an internal audit. And visualization, of course, plays a very big role in terms of how you see the data, how you present the data, what are your graphs and charts around it. Make a lot of difference today, because everybody wants to look at visualization, everybody wants to look at good colors, and nobody wants to look at lengthy reports today, right? So I think for people who are, or chartered accountants who are in maybe internal audit or any departments within an organization, this actually brings up a very interesting opportunity for them, because organizations would be at the forefront for these changes in accounting and then auditing, right? So you should look out for projects within your organization to try and work around the accounting change process or changing the methodology, because that would keep you completely ahead of the game in all aspects. So I think this is what I had to present to you. I'm not sure if we have more time on our hand, Murtuza. I'm happy to take any questions if there is any chat box wherein the questions coming from, and happy to share my thoughts around it. But I thought let me just keep this very short and focused on capital letters in terms of what our expectations should be and what are likely to come in. And let's hope that all of chartered accountants make the best of it and have a good time in the future. Thank you, Murtuza.
Thank you, sir. So, any questions? I request the participants to type in the questions, and we will present to Anilji one by one all the questions, and we'll try to get his feedback on them. But sir, till the questions come in, so I had one thing on my mind, and there is the whole accounting. I think people are now using blockchain as well. So, and again, as you also mentioned, for recording of invoices, OCR technology, or for bank reconciliation and claim processing and invoice processing, RPA. So, do you think we'll have to become expert on all of these and we'll have to audit these, or what will we do around there? How will we give assurance?
I'm saying maybe after 10 years, you would not need to audit this. Our tool would audit all of these rules also. But currently in the next, between these 10 years, I think we will have to understand how these technologies work and how do we audit these technologies. Absolutely, Murtuza. I don't think we have a choice here. We would have to do it. Because, for example, thousands of claim processing happening by a bot, thousands of KYCs happening by bots, lakhs of data entry being done by bots. If, of course, if the bots go wrong, then your one entry or two entries not going wrong, right? Lakhs and lakhs of entries are going wrong, and suddenly your balance sheet goes for a toss. So there is no doubt about it that one would have to probably look at all of these technologies very, very quickly. And blockchain would
analytics. Yeah.
Blockchain, for example, what people are talking about on the accounting side, of course, is a methodology where your accounting entries cannot be changed. They preserve that, right? But what I was speaking more about was fundamentally how is it going to change from a business perspective, entry perspective? How is the system going to look like? And it could be on a blockchain technology to go and store it in a particular format, right? And the good part about the blockchain is that nobody can go and tamper with the accounting entries after the entries have been made, which means you can only reverse it, change it, cancel it, but you can't tweak it, for example. So of course it would offer a great deal of comfort to auditors because you'll be able to trail through what has happened within the blockchain accounting system, and so much so for smart contracts, and so much for treasury transactions, and so much so for your bond transactions. So very useful around all of these cases for you to ensure that there is comfort to the auditor.
Sir, one other question which comes to my mind. So, we are seeing that more and more organizations are using OCR technology, and from where the invoices are scanned, and then basis. You also mentioned that basis of vendor master, whether Anil is the service provider and if yes, what services he provides. So, the service account debit, input credit, if there is anything is debit to the party account credit, and automatically the entries goes. And the ERPs like SAP and Oracle also allow us park and post, or say maybe a block stock or unblock stock and everything. But then are we trying to say then the tallies of the world will have to become an ERP, or otherwise they will not be there and everyone will become some form of ERP or something like that? What do you think?
My gut feeling, Murtuza, is that, and I've said this again, that you will actually not see SAPs and Oracles of the world here, right? There is lots of things going to change around the accounting systems also. Right, park and post is fair enough one feature, but all of this data entry feature, you might have a new software which might come up tomorrow, right? And they will simply hit the API and make the debit and the credit and the continuing to do in Tally or SAP, for example. But this new technology will be much more smarter in terms of an engine to give you finally what entry you want to get into the solution. So very difficult to move a Titanic like an SAP and an Oracle, change the course very quickly. So I see emergence of new technologies very quickly.
And while the questions, if there are any which come in, I got one more thing which I wanted to ask you, and that was on the analytics. So people are using Excel also. Some people are using some tool like ACL Idea also. Some are like started coding on R, Python, whatever. What do you think for small SMEs? Because SMEs are really struggling. And so like, what should they begin or start with in terms of like analytics and if continuous control that way?
Well, an SME that I have an experience of, Murtuza, don't have huge volumes of transactions here. And while we can talk about some fancy tools like ACL ID, and we are also evaluating a lot of those tools in the institute. This year is a special focus to try and see if we can give it free to all our members, right? But I'm saying 80% of our chartered accountants doing statutory audit at least for a minute, right, and not internal audit. For them to do a sampling, they don't even have more than 5 lakh rows or 4 lakh transactions or 2 lakh transactions there. And I can do that sampling on an Excel sheet in 5 minutes, right? Why should I take the burden of thinking through and learning tools like ACL and IDEA, for example? So I'm saying simplicity is very important to start with, right? Let us be simple, but let us be able to understand the concepts to generate what we're trying to generate. And macros will probably help you. Of course, if you are doing internal audit, and especially if you're doing internal audit of reasonably good sized organization, then you would need tools and technologies like these, because then you need ready solutions to be able to drag and drop and do the analytics. An idea could be good, ACL could be good, even an SQL query could be good, for example. So if you're really a reasonable sized company today, it is very easy for you to hire one technology guy and try and develop some 5 or 10 small utilities within your own office. And these utilities could be sampling utilities, double payment utilities, to check whether the masters and the records have two common transactions, right? And double entry and posting is a separate issue. So I'm saying these are 10 or 15 utilities that one would want to look at, right? If you're a little larger than that, definitely you would have to use any tools like Ideas, ACLs, or have expertise around technology for yourself. Yeah. So I think let's not confuse with using a Mercedes to try and go and want to, I don't know how to put it, but you want to go to Dharavi, for example, but you still want to go in a Mercedes. So you would want to go there in auto rickshaw, right? And be agile enough to be able to move in any parts of the lane, rather than going in a large fat elephant and not being able to be agile around it. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. And with that, like now I request my colleague in Regional Council, CA Kamlesh Sabu, to carry out a well-deserved vote of thanks for this session. Kamlesh bhai, over to you.
Yes, thank you, Murthy bhai. And most dynamic person in Central Council, Anil bhai Bhandari, to whom I admire almost every time. He is a good friend and as an elder brother for me. I'm really happy to giving a hearty vote of thanks to him. All the insight what he is having with all his past experience, he has shared with us, and I think no one can touch upon his all the knowledge area and what he is always doing in internal audits. So big round of applause from our side, virtual round of applause from our side to Anil bhai, and requesting all the participants give a great round of applause by sitting in their offices and residence. Thank you, Anil bhai, for all your inputs, what you have shared with us. Definitely, it seems after 5 years, all the tools are supposed to work for this, our entire accounting and auditing principles. So one question from my side, sir. Then what is going to happen with all chartered accountants, those who are really working in day by day for internal audits and planning to enter into this field? What is going to their status after 5 or 10 years?
So, I gave a very interesting analogy in one of the conferences in Kolkata. I said maybe chartered accountants would become the new engineers in the new world, because the fundamentally business application, understanding, appreciation is the highest that we have, right? And if we slightly change our skill sets to understand these pieces together, maybe we would actually become the new powerhouse of the future, because we understand business, we understand how to apply it, and we understand a little bit of technology to marry the dots, right? So maybe they become the new engineers of the future. Yeah. So don't worry, chartered accountancy is not going anywhere, and your regional council is not going anywhere for the time being.
No,
but it's likely to be far more automated. And our institute, you would see, has gone through the cycle of automation in the last 2-3 years. and we are recently implementing an ERP solution, which is Oracle. And even before the solution came in, you would be surprised that all the council members are talking about how do we integrate it with all other platforms that we have, right? So the thought processes have changed today. Had it been 5 years back, people have said, "Chal, ek acha accounting solution dal dete hain." Now, no. Who's going to integrate with SSP platform? Who's going to integrate with the publication platform, right? So all of those APIs, and so that is why we bought a solution which had the ability to interface with everybody and talk to everyone. So I think, don't worry. I think you will have a lot of opportunities in and around those areas. Yeah.
Certainly. Thank you once again, bhai. And having 4 more questions from the participants, I would like to continue with the same. The first one is whether all the tier 1 ERPs can be configured to automatically post financial transaction based on the business activities.
So I'm not sure if I understand that question right, but if the question is, can I post the financial transaction based on the purpose for which I would have bought, sold, or done a transaction, and based on that, can I automatically go and post it against that? I don't think ERP solutions are currently ready to do these kind of thought processes and doing financial transactions. Are they working on it? I'm sure, but I think there are a lot of new age solutions, like companies like Zero, and a lot of new age solutions who have put some basic rules in place. That, for example, if this is an entry, you can choose between the step 1 or step 2. So SAP and Oracle currently is difficult, but new generation ERPs, you may see a glimpse of this, and maybe after 5 years, you'll see a lot of these happening.
Oh,
Second one that I can read, Kamlesh bhai, is, can you specify the tools for the future auditing? Okay, so there is no one tool that I can think through, but if this question has come from a young chartered accountant, then I would encourage him to learn Python. And learning Python, he can do a lot of automation, and he can create a lot of routines of auditing around the auditing standard. So for example, I can write a bot for auditing standard 102, I can write a bot for auditing standard 303, whatever. And probably I could use this in the future. If you're looking out for any analytical tools, there are several in the market to do analytics. So you may want to pick up one out of the 4 or the 5th one. But if you're looking for an integrated tool to do, then I don't think there is one coming up in the market. I don't see one in the market, but there are definitely a lot of people working around it. And I, for sure, am working around trying to create a very integrated solution around a lot of stuff. So you'll probably see something coming up in the future here. Stay glued.
Yeah. The third one is, career-wise, an internal auditor is likely to progress more in the industry or in a CA firm?
I would believe a CA firm a little more, because if you want to become a career internal auditor, then you get stuck to one industry. And if you are again a young guy trying to move up the ladder, I would suggest that if you want to really be a career internal auditor, be around banking, financial services, or regulated industries, because that's where they're slightly more respected, and governance is important. Of course, I'm not saying governance is not important for large conglomerates and SEBI listed companies and all of that, but I'm saying if it's regulated, importance is definitely higher. So if you want to become a career internal auditor, make sure that you try and stick to these kind of industries. But if you really want to become a good internal auditor, and maybe in the future a consultant, and maybe in the future a techno-functional guy, then I think a firm would be a better choice for you.
The last one is, how can the events like PMC Bank, PNB, ILFS, Crompton Grips can be stopped?
I don't think those events were, so ILFS could be a little different animal because it had transactions into transactions. But PMC Bank, PNB, Compton Greaves, apologies for my ignorance. I don't know whether it was a accounting element or what, but PNB, PMC could definitely be stopped. They could be alerted based on analytics that you do. For ILFS, because there were contracts in contracts also, there would be some alerts which can definitely be set somewhere or the other. So I think yes, to answer your question, I think yes, these events can be stopped by putting in analytics putting in continuous review, putting in controls which are working on a continuous basis, I'm sure these flags would have come up. There is no doubt about it. 100%. In fact, PNB would have been the simplest, I think one could have really killed PNB issue with a lot of analytics around it. One would have easily known that, this is a circulatory transaction and it is never getting cleared. And that could have been a simple rule to put for a large bank. So no two doubts about it. Very simple, yeah.
So great, bhai. Thank you so much once again to Anil ji Bhandari, who has given all the insights and beautifully answered all the queries. And now we have to start with the next session and requesting Murtuza to please take over. Thank you once again, Anil bhai.
Thank you everybody, and see you soon and be safe, and hope to see you in hopefully better times face to face. Bye, Kamlesh, and bye, Murtuza.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would request Dhrubabrata Ghosh to switch on his camera and join us on the panel. Dhruba is already in. So, yes, Dhruba, welcome. Can we hear you? Are you there?
I think he has to unmute. Please unmute. No, not.
We can't hear you.
Please unmute yourself, Dhruva.
बोलिए सर बोलिए
I am not.
सर बोलिए
Yes, yes.
सर बोलिए
आ रहा है आवाज थोड़ा बड़ा ही है, वॉल्यूम कम है.
Can you hear me, Murtaza?
Yes, we can. I think there is a lag, but we can hear you. Okay. So,
Okay. Hi,
with that,
good evening.
yeah, good evening. Thank you. So, with that, friends, I think Anil ji laid down so well. He talked about how the changes are happening, and now Dhruva will talk us through about real data analytics software, the RPA, and how do we use it, and various queries and a lot of other type of things. So let us quickly move to the session, and I request again Kamlesh bhai to quickly welcome Dhruva. Kamlesh bhai, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Murtuza once again. And now the Dhrubabrata Ghosh, Darshidar, he is BE and Master of Technology and PG DBM, leads the data and digital practice for Protiviti India. He is a data evangelist with a focus on the developing and architecting end-to-end data science solutions. Dhruva has worked with large and global telecom, banking, and utilities clients with the experience in working in business intelligence, revenue management, and master data management domain. He also works as core member for Protiviti to define next generation of the internal audit and to see how technology can act as enabler of audit. He is supposed to be guiding us on the topic reinventing internal audit through digital transformation. With these words, I request Mr. Dhruva to please start with his presentation.
Thank you. I hope everybody is doing fine and can hear and see my screen, right? Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone. It's always great to come back to WIRC and present or talk about technology, right? I am not a chartered accountant, but technology is very close to me, and with Murtaza, I've been working on the lines of internal audit for last 8 years. So I understand a little bit about internal audit, may not be as great champions as most of you would be. So pardon me for that. Kamlesh bhai talked about how in Protiviti we are also defining the next generation of internal audit. So what I will talk about today is what next-gen internal audit is to us, how we are looking at next-gen internal audit, and looking at the tools and technologies which will transform the way we audit, transform the way we do our day-to-day activities, right? So I will leave the governance and the methodology aside. If you look at the 4 enabling technologies, we talked a little about advanced analytics in the last session. Then there are others as well. We have RPA, which is gaining more and more prominence. We have process mining, which is also one of the key areas where internal auditors or auditors are starting to take attention. And definitely, then you have the component of machine learning and artificial intelligence, which is also bringing in that intelligence within the gamut of everything else. The reason I'll not talk about governance and methodology is it's related to technology, the way you should look at changing, the way you should getting different kinds of talent. But maybe because of limited time, we will skip talking about those things. Now, what does these technologies help us do, right? And since we will be talking about tools and technologies, we will be talking about digital transformation, we'll pick up a few of these, what you see here, and dive a little bit deeper into each of these things. Now, this is a traditional internal audit life cycle, right? We will start with risk assessment. We will do planning and sample selection. We will do process walkthrough, controls testing, and finally reporting and follow-up. And what you see as boxes here, right, or see as points here, are technology infusions in each of these steps. So if you're talking about risk assessment, we are talking about, we can use risk heat map to understand where in my organization is the risk. Or I can have an application which can start at the very top and keep on diving deeper into your processes or in your subsidiary companies, and then further into each of the processes to give an understanding as to how the risk is playing across within your organization. We talk about risk qualification. In risk qualification, you can use machine learning algorithms to qualify something as low risk, medium risk, or high risk before the event have actually occurred as well. This is the previous history. This is whatever is the associated parameters with it. Also, you can go and look at social media to gather social intelligence or understand risk from outside in. So we talk about a lot of data that is there within an organization, right? The data which is in your ERP systems, in Excel files, in emails. Beyond that also there is a lot of data. And that's where social intelligence started helping people. In the last session, somebody asked a question. How can we prevent things like PNB or an ILNFS or Wells or for that matter, Crompton, right? What we found out when we were looking at the scandal which happened for Wells Fargo, right? People were talking about the pressure to meet targets. How targets are more important than anything. Now that is social intelligence. That's where you can gather, because everybody talks, right? Whether in a Facebook or Twitter, gathering information from social media can also help you understand your risk better. If we move on to planning and sample selection, we talked about huge volumes of data, or we talk about data that we can handle in an Excel file also. But let's say you still have to go and do some physical audits. What kind of sample should you go or choose from? So that's where statistical sampling is of a lot of importance. Now, statistical sampling, as the name suggests, is not a random sample, which means you can statistically choose a sample which reflects a population, and hence the chances of you going wrong is very minimal. The other part is, why do you have to sample? Because a lot of documents are in physical copies, right? Even if you want to, even if the number is less, you cannot pick the entire population, because you have a smaller, your documents are all physical in nature. And that's where OCR-based scanning helps a lot. It helps in converting your samples or your physical documents into electronic copies, and thereby start helping you analyze that information. So we are doing a lot of claim analysis, right? Claims made using supporting documents. Now, people can write any claim amount. Does not necessarily have to be what there is in the invoice. But how can one check? People have to go through lots of physical documents, and that's where OCR-based scanning have helped us. We use RPA or OCR to extract information from these physical documents, and then we can run it on 100% or near 100% of the population and test the results. So we have done a lot of claim analytics basis this OCR-based scanning and analytics there itself. Next comes the process walkthrough, right? How well do we understand the process? We believe that the simplest of the processes, right? Procure to pay. Why I say simplest of the process? Because most chartered accountants, most technology people you talk to would have dealt with a procure to pay, right? Now, even if we talk about a most understood process like procure to pay, we have found that they follow different variations of the process. What does it mean? It means that a procure to pay process doesn't always start with the creation of the purchase requisition, followed by a purchase order creation, then a GRN, then an invoice, and then a payment. There are different variations. And if you want to apply analytics, right, you would need to understand the process very well. If you do not understand a process well, you will write an analytics which will generate what we call as false positives. False positive means it is not actually correct, but because there is a lack of understanding of the process, or you have not considered all the variations in the process, you are treating that as an exception or an outlier or an anomaly. Now, process mining helps you, and we will talk more about process mining as a tool as to what it can do, and we will talk about a demo showing what a process mining tool can do. Then you have voice analysis, right? Voice analysis is analyzing not text, not data, which is there in your ERP system, but voice. People talking with each other, and if you want to analyze, and we have found it useful in a lot of telecom operators where we do a call center audit, right? People, how the call center agents are talking to their customers. Are they asking for personal information? How do you categorize that information is where we are using voice analysis. Next, virtual inspection. Virtual inspection is to move to do with the video analytics, right? You are not using, again, traditional structured data. You are using unstructured information to analyze. And we will talk about a tool called ICAI, which is monitoring using video the kind of fuel decantation process of a truck in a petrol pump, and trying to figure out what is right and what is wrong, and it is doing it real time. Once you understand the process, right, you can run control tests, and control tests can be if you're doing a video analytics, you can say whether all the safety instructions are being followed. If no, raise an alarm. If yes, fair enough, give a green signal. If you're talking about voice analysis, you can figure out whether they are using or asking for personal information. If you are using structured data, you can raise an anomaly saying that a duplicate payment have happened, right? So controls testing changes on the type of the data that you're using, but controls testing can be either integrated with the process, which means if you are doing an audit at that point of time, use some amount of analytics to generate exceptions, or you can create a continuous monitoring setup, which means you're creating an atmosphere which will keep on generating results. And you can use those results for dynamic risk assessment. You can use those results for different kinds of purposes, but it's not just audit specific. There are controls tests which is created for over for monitoring your business process. And then you can do analytics as a service. And we will also show you some GL accounting in which is done analytics as a service. You pushed in the data and you just get what those outputs look like, right? Whether there are low risk transaction of high risk transactions which has happened, it's something which we will talk about. Then you have reporting and follow up, right? Which talks about how you look at information. Rather than looking at rows and columns of data, it can be presented using dashboards. You can have an automation around your results, right? How you interact, how the auditor and the auditee interact with each other. And also there are tools now which helps you write the reports themselves, right? So these are technology infusions. Now, in today's discussion, we were supposed to be limited to tools and technologies in internal audit. These are all tools, right? People within the internal audit function are using these tools in some form or shape. So if we talk about robotic process automation, there are a plethora of tools, either helping the business automate the process or the audit function to find out using these tools what are the efficiencies, right? You can even audit these tools, which means if somebody has created an RPA journey or done an RPA journey, you can come and say what has gone right and what has gone wrong. Not the newest in the block, but this Power Automate is something which is coming with Microsoft, right? So the Microsoft's Power BI, Power Automate, Power Apps, all together forms the Power Platform, and it is quite strong, right? And that's in the RPA. We will talk about a few use cases. We will showcase a UiPath tool and how it helps you do some amount of ITGC controls testing. The second set of tools which we use quite extensively is on process mining, right? And process mining have tools like Celonis, Process Gold, and PathNow. Process Gold is a part of the UiPath family. So UiPath owns Process Gold. Celonis is a standalone and is the market leader. We will again see this particular tool, Celonis, and see how Celonis can generate exceptions, violations. How does Celonis as a tool work? In fact, we have also created an application called Control Assurance app using Celonis, and we will see that as well. Data management and analytics, right? There are a plethora of tools, starting from Python, Tableau, Power BI, SAS, IDEA, ACL or Galvanize, Alteryx, Spark, and the list goes on. We are using Hadoop in areas where the data volume is huge. We are using some of the tools like Python, Spark, Alteryx as well in most of our clients. Custom development, if you remember, we talked about an internal audit function which wants to have a mobile application to monitor its risk starting from the very top level and going down to the last mile KPIs, right? And those are built using JS, Java, and the likes. And then there are other emerging technologies, other emerging tools which is there. We will talk about MindBridge, which is an AI tool. It is offered as analytics as a service. We will talk about some of the other tools. These help in looking at unstructured data or even structured data, but doesn't apply traditional analytics, but goes beyond that and starts offering AI ML capabilities. So we will look at that as well. So if we talked about the different enabling technologies, right? The first topic that we talked about was there are 4 different enabling technologies. Today's discussion, I will talk about different tools which covers the first 3: process excellence or process mining, RPA, and AI. Now, what are we trying to do, right? Before we dive into each of these tools and technologies, we are wanting to move away from just having a limited coverage, right? We want to have 100% population testing. Rather than analysis and risk assessment done on interviews, we want to do it on hard evidence, and that's why process mining also becomes very important. We do not want our analysis to be limited to historical and structured data. We want to use predictive analytics, want to use machine learning, because these tools and technologies are becoming very economical day by day. And we want to analyze unstructured information. A lot of information today is unstructured, right? And we have never analyzed those data points because they were very difficult for us to analyze. Now they're much more economical. The last point, what we are trying to achieve through technology is we are trying to make it more effective, right? We want to reduce the cost through automation, not reduce the need for people, right? The need for people will always be there, but there are a lot of areas we do not analyze. There are a lot of areas which takes time to analyze. Those are the ones we want to automate and hence reduce the cost. Now, we talked about process mining a lot in the initial few minutes, right? Why is process mining so important, and why am I starting with the first tools or technologies in process mining? What we have found out in our day-to-day tasks that we perform, right? In the internal audit setup, that how much we try, we have an incomplete understanding, and we are focused on the common or the most frequently followed process. And all the analytics that we create is based on that particular process. We take small sample size if we are not using tools, or if the data volume is huge, and that neglects the minor process flow changes. What it means is, let's say change price as a component is part of your procure to pay, but all the samples that you have chosen doesn't have the change price as the process flow. You would never be able to find out unit price variations, right? So we may lose out on minor process flow changes. We talked about that the analysis is focused on whatever process we have understood, not necessarily what the process is. And hence testing, exceptions, all are based on a part of the problem or part of the process. And what you get as the output may also be part of the problem and not necessarily always the problem. And that is the inherent weakness in the traditional approach. What process mining as a concept does, it captures the process through the digital footprint. Right? Whatever digital footprint a process leaves behind, we are able to capture those. We have a complete understanding of the process, do the risk assessment properly, we follow the process steps properly, and finally, what exceptions comes up are true exceptions, are true positives rather than false positives. So let me run this particular video which talks about what process mining as a tool does, right? So the name of this tool is Celonis, correct? And Celonis as a tool, you will see, tells you what a process is. Now, let's assume that this is one particular organization, and the most commonly followed process in this organization is what you see on the screen. So it starts with purchase requisition, followed by a purchase order, and then picking and sending the purchase order, receiving goods, scanning invoice, booking invoice, and the process ends there, right? But it can be more than that also. And if you see on the right, here you will see the different variations of the process. Also see that there are two, two bubbles here. One of it talks about the different variants, and the other talks about how much percentage of it is covered. So what it also shows here is what is the total number of cases which is there, and this is 30% of the cases which is present on the top. Now, if we press on this variance, right, it shows what are the other variations of the processes followed. And if I keep on increasing the number of variants, it will keep on increasing and showing the different variations. I can click on any one particular variant and see what and how the process flows in this particular aspect. Right? So since I clicked on the third variant, it goes to the change price component. I can keep on increasing and I can go on to the next one, and it will show me what is the next variation which is there. Now, if you see here, in this particular case, we go to scanning invoice as the beginning activity and then go to the purchase order creation, which should not ideally be the case, right? In any particular organization, you should not start with scan invoice. Now, we do not have to stop there. We can keep on increasing the number of variants, and with each increase, you will see that the number of cases which is covered keeps on increasing. So you will see in the video that we will now go on click all the variations. And that's how the actual process looks like. It is a mesh. It is a mess. And we initially thought that most of the organization would not end up having such a mess or a mesh. And most cases we found that the number of variations is in the range of thousands, which is very unlikely in a procure-to-pay case. But ultimately, that's what we found. Now, we can look at these 4 variations. If we want, we can keep on change the way we look at it, right? Instead of looking at the number of cases, we can go and we can change it to the throughput time. What does throughput time mean? It means how much time is spent between one activity or the other. So if you see, and if once we zoom, you will see that the change price component, right, kind of increases the throughput time by 9 days. Instead of taking an 8-day, a change price now takes 17 days. So inefficiency is also creeped in a particular process. This all you can do using just a click of a button, right? Now these are dashboards. You can keep on going deeper and deeper in each of these dashboards, and these are nothing but filters. Like any other dashboard tools which are available, it will keep on helping you dive deeper. Right? So I will not go much deeper into this. What I will show is how have we used this and can be used for the purpose of audit, right? What is also available in this particular tool is called a conformance tab. What does a conformance tab allow us to do in Solanis? It allows us to create a process by ourselves, and then we can ask it to tell us what are the violations, the process that we have defined. And what you see here are all violations to the actual process which is there. And we can create or perform a root cause analysis, figure out what all those problems are, and keep on diving deeper and deeper on each of these violations. And it tells you that what these 1% violation means. It means 954 cases where there is a violation, and these are the attributed parameters which is causing these violations. And I can keep on diving deeper and see what those different activities are. Now, we have used the same principles of Solanis, which is a process mining tool, to take it to the next level and creating an RCM, or let's say again procure to pay. And this tells us for each of the analytical tests which can be performed, how much percentage passes and what is the percentage of data that fails. And if this data fails, we can keep on diving deeper and deeper to understand what are the issues in the particular process and why they have failed. And we can create an observation, we can go and dive deeper and even can link an action along with that particular use case, right? So that's how process mining helps us. Similar, I thought I'll take out the time to talk a little bit about AI, right? And how AI is also transforming the way we are looking at things. What are the different tools and techniques which are available? We talked about a few use cases. Uh, this particular use case talked about Recordsure tool which is available, which helps you analyze voice, right? It helps you look at uh, it helps you monitor customer interactions, improve the way people are talking to each other. All it needs is to capture this particular voice recordings and thereafter analyzing this voice recordings, right? What it does is it will classify your data, classify the way you are looking at data, and start analyzing each part of it. The way it will classify is how much is private, what part of it is personal details that have been asked. Have there been any objectives or early discussions which should have been avoided in this particular case? Thereby, it provides the assurance that the control or the call center agent is not using some of the conversations to gather information which is not as per company policy. And then there can be dashboards associated with it, which also talks about what is right and what is wrong. Similar to video analytics, this is a tool which can analyze your GL transactions, right? What it means is, and we were talking about analytics as a service, what it does is it helps you push the data in. So you can drag and drop the information that you would analyze. In this case, the GL account, figure out what those GL accounts are coming from. And once this file is imported, it will run a set of analytics tools, right? What it will run and analyze is of all the transactions, how much is high risk, how much is medium risk, and how much is low risk, right? And it is using it basis certain rule-based methods as well as certain AI/ML-based methods. And you can keep on analyzing this particular information. You can keep on diving deeper. You can just select it by risk month. You can select only the high risk and the medium risk transactions. And it depends the way you would like to analyze this particular information. So what you will see this tool does is it will select all the medium and high risk transactions. And it will tell you which time period these high and medium risk transactions have actually happened. You can keep on analyzing this information. It gives you starting with the inner concentric circles, which is more to do with assets and liabilities, and keeps on going outwards towards expense and everything else. You can figure out where the problem is and select those transactions which you would like to analyze. And these are based at the last level of granularity, which is the transaction which is passed in an accounting system. Now, these has been highlighted or tagged as high-risk transactions. What you see here is all the control points against these two transactions which has been violated. Right? It is end of period transaction, end of year transaction. It is a high monetary transaction. So all the ones which are on red signifies what has gone wrong. All the ones in green says it has not breached this control check. But it is done at a entry level, right? At a transaction level, at a journal entry level. And you can keep on analyzing this information. Now, if you see flow analysis or rare flows, which talks about, this is a machine learning technique. It tries to understand whether this transaction should have happened basis prior transactions or basis prior history, whether it becomes an anomalous transaction. So it uses clustering algorithms to figure out whether it's the right or the wrong transaction. And there is a workflow associated with it. You can figure out whether it makes sense for you to analyze or you to involve somebody else to analyze this information. Keep on going forward with this particular activity as well. The last one which I wanted to cover was video transactions, right? Now, if you see here, there is a fuel decantation work going on for a particular truck. Now, during this time, the floor supervisor should be there to monitor all the activities. A fire extinguisher should be there. The logo of the company truck should be available, and there should be a earthing which should have happened, right? What it says is not safe as earthing is not present. So it is continuously keeping on informing that something is gone wrong. And once it goes out, it will also start saying that the supervisor is not here. This is video analytics, right? And it is happening real time. I'll fast forward for the paucity of time. You will see that till the earthing actually takes place. So this guy comes and says that the earthing is not there. And now this individual will start pulling out the earthing and try to earth it with this particular truck. So this is something which you can do real time. And these are not expensive solutions. Contrary to the belief that this is quite expensive, these are very economical solutions which is now available in the market. So once he puts the earthing into this particular truck, it will say that all is safe. So this is also continuous monitoring, right? But you are not using structured information, you're using unstructured information for the same purpose. And there are multiple of use cases of video analytics, image analytics in today's day, which also helps us in monitoring unstructured. The last part which I wanted to cover in today's discussion is on RPA. Now, by now you must have realized that I'm a fan of videos, right? So I will again show you a particular video which talks about how RPA is helping us doing some ITGC controls testing. What it does is so what we are trying to do in this particular test case is we are trying to analyze the standard change testing and approval protocol, whereas somebody has included all the change requests which is there, and based on those change requests we would have to go and figure out whether the users have accepted those change requests, whether they had gone through the UAT, and what was the test results from each one of them. Now, to identify the population, the first and foremost thing which we would have to do is go to a SharePoint drive to find out what are all the change request IDs which is there. Basis what we find in the SharePoint drive, so you will see that this is an RPA program I bought, going and extracting what it is found in the SharePoint drive. You will go into the SAP charm site to find out what these change requests were, or what those user acceptance test cases were that we would need to monitor. So now it is going in and it is putting all the change request IDs that it is picked up from the SharePoint site, and basis those change request IDs, it is extracting all the relevant information and storing this relevant information in a particular folder. And it will keep on doing or extracting all these artifacts. Followed by this, it will go to the emails to find out who has approved all of these change requests, and we pick the date, the time, the name of the user ID who has done that, and populate all this information in an Excel. So what it does is it is populating all the test attributes. What was the request ID? What was the correction type? Who has approved? And that is something which a human needs to review. Rather than spending the time in gathering all these attributes, all this information, now the job of an auditor is restricted, or rather he can use his time more fruitfully on analyzing or reviewing the testing results. And it can go and see whether the testing results which has been collated matches, and accordingly give a much better output. Now, before automation, we were spending around 26 hours just to analyze this information. Now we spend an hour and 4 minutes. So we save 25 hours just like that. What value we get? Quality, definitely. Human error goes down. A machine will not do something wrong, right? The testing cycle is reduced because rather than spending 26 hours in gathering this information, we are spending 1 hour. Testing time also goes down. And since cycle and time goes down, the coverage, what you can cover in the same period of time, definitely goes up. So that's how RPA is helping us, not just in IT controls testing, anything which has to do with evidence gathering or to do with OCR tech. RPA and OCR is proving to be quite useful in the way we are running things. The last thing is on RPA audit, right? How we even audit RPA. But I'll leave that for a separate discussion. I know I'm over time, so I will stop my presentation. I'll take any questions if there.
Dhrubo, thank you. I think quite well covered various tools. I also request my colleague coordinator Nilesh Vasha to please come on board and start his video. मिश्रा जी क्वेश्चंस होंगे तो प्रेजेंट करना ध्रुवो के लिए. नीलेश भाई वेलकम.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
I also
Am I audible?
Yeah, I also see like the panelists here. Mukundan, see Mukundan from then like see Dolly, see Amit Narkar and see Deepak Viegas. I request all of you also to join us on the panel. And Dhruvo, here the first question is, for a small medium-sized CA firm having 2-3 internal audit, please suggest affordable and most efficient result-oriented internal audit software with the software available on a monthly rent charges.
I think if you have to choose one software, I would agree with the previous panelist. You should choose Python. It's free of cost. The learning curve is a bit high, but once you have implemented that tool, you would not need to reach out to anyone else. Companies' data security, if you're going software as a service, most of these organizations or the tools that I talked about have gone through multiple organizations, data security challenges. So there is not something you need to worry about. But if you're using Python as a tool within your organization, you are well covered there itself. You don't need to worry about data security also.
Dhruvo, there is one more additional attachment to that, whether any company's data security will allow use of data analytics software.
Python, none of the organizations will stop you. Most of the IT teams within an organization uses Python. It's one of the most reputed tools in today's day, so I don't think it will create a problem. What is a continuous monitoring tool, right? The next question. Continuous monitoring is more as a methodology, right? It means that you're monitoring the control points on a continuous basis. You can use any tool. Python can be a tool, Celonis can be a tool, but the methodology or the concept is you have created checkpoints, analytical work programs, which will keep on generating exceptions if it is breached. And hence it is called a continuous monitoring tool. But continuous monitoring or continuous controls monitoring is more of a methodology than a tool. You can choose any tool to create and make it continuous.
So I think to add to what Dhruvo said, like in an accounting language, assuming I as an internal auditor or like in any of my role, I develop some queries for procure to pay. Now a query could be like whether the purchase requisition date is first and purchase order is later on or no. Because after the order is raised, if someone is going to raise the requisition, then it is like a tick in the box. Similarly, whether goods are received first and PO is generated later on. That means what? that you did not order but you still receive the material. Okay, or what is the gap between the GRN, so once the goods is received, invoice is not received or invoice is not processed. So there will be those type of queries. Now, as an internal auditor, maybe you will come once in a year or once in 2 years or once in 3 years and do the audit, and you will run so many queries and so many things will come up: excess purchase, high value purchase, etc., etc. But the CFO or the operating management wants to do this on a regular basis. So then what happens is the first line of defense, or as the first line of control, whatever we call the operating team, they start running these queries on a regular basis. They keep on getting exception report and they keep on doing continuously control corrections. And this is what is continuous monitoring of controls. It could be like any process and any number of controls, and which can keep on happening on a regular basis. So when we go and do the audit, a lot of basic things would have been covered, and there will be only something new which will keep on coming up that way. So I just try to add on to what Dhruba said and explain using a procure to pay example. Dhruba, there is one more question on the board, but before that I got one question here. My question is, what size of organizations use these tools? The tools like RPA or like Python, which you're talking about, what size of organization someone is asking?
More than the size of the organization, Murtaza, it is also related to the kind of processes that they are monitoring, right? Let's say you have a lot of physical documents which you would need to look at. Then somebody can use that OCR and RPA technology to extract information and analyze that. But let's say if an organization has extracted and all this information is available in an Excel file and the total volume of transaction is less than, let's say, 300, 400,000, then you would not need these kind of tools. You can analyze that information in Excel. It depends on the kind of processes also an organization has rather than size of the organization. A small organization can also have multiple systems and different kinds of processes which perhaps would need to be looked at. Even if you look at the video analytics example, even a smaller organization which needs to monitor, a construction company which needs to monitor, can also use video analytics for their audit purpose. So it depends on the kind of an organization more than the size of the organization. The next question, Murtaza, which I see here, it talks about, can you suggest few essential tools for CCM? Depends on what you want to do. If you want to do video analytics, I can suggest some tools which are available. If you want to do RPA, then UiPath is there, Automation Anywhere is there. But let's say you want to choose only one particular tool which will help you in some amount of automation, some amount of analytics. I'll go with Python. It allows everything, right? You can even write Python to do OCR. You can use Python for some amount of automation. You can use Python for analyzing information also. The next tool I will choose is R as the alphabet R. Now, why I chose Python and R is because both of these tools are open source, means it's free of cost. Do not have to spend a single penny in getting these tools, and you can use these tools for your purposes. So these are two tools I would prefer everybody who wants to try out their hands to use or can use.
Thank you, Dhruba, and thank you for covering the questions as well. I now request my colleague coordinator, CA Nilesh Vasa, to please carry out a formal vote of thanks for Mr. Dhrubabrata Ghosh. Nilesh bhai, over to you.
Thank you, Murtaza sir, for giving me this opportunity. CA Dhrubabrata Ghosh, today I think he has explained all these related to next generation tools and techniques. Really, sir, your topics related to process mining, artificial intelligence, tools and techniques that are available, robotic process automation, all these must have helped a lot to all the viewers today. At WIRC, we thank you very much, sir, for giving your valuable time on this platform at Western India Regional Council. I propose a really very well deserved vote of thanks on behalf of all the members today with a loud round of applause, sir.
Thank you, Nilesh.
Over to you, sir.
Dhruba, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us and really appreciate you taking time and coming and sharing your knowledge with us today. Thank you, Dhruba. With that, I think we will move ahead with the panel. And So like I will request everyone, all the panelists and the moderator to join onto the panel one by one. In the meanwhile, Nilesh bhai, if I may request you to please introduce like the today's panel moderator.
Thank you, Murtuza sir. Again, giving me this super opportunity to introduce one of the well-known moderator for our panel discussion, internal auditing reporting, Mr. Naval Kishore Bajaj sir. Mr. Naval Kishore Bajaj is a chartered accountant, a certified internal auditor, and a certified information system auditor and a forensic accountant. He is currently serving as a head corporate audit and assurance for Yokogawa India Limited and is responsible to provide assurance to the board on internal audit, enterprise risk management, JSOX, and IFC for all operations in India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. In his 14 years of experience of working, he has worked with multiple industries such as industry, automation, engineering, automobile, telecom, FMCG, IT, and foreign exchange. Naval sir has worked in multicultural environment with professionals hailing across India, Japan, Europe, Asia, and US. He is also a member of the erstwhile expert study group of Internal Audit Standard Board of ICAI. He is also contributing in the formulations of forensic auditing standards by ICAI. On the voluntary work side, he has been recently appointed as president of Bangalore chapter of Bharatiya Vitta Sahakar Samiti, which advises government on various policy matters. He has been voluntarily working on the economic issues related to global supply chain, MSMEs, real estate, and startups in virtual social groups and educational institutions such as Amit Business School, Noida, Central University of Karnataka, Kalburgi. With this brief introduction, sir, it's a privilege to have you on at WIC as a moderator on this panel discussion on internal audit reporting. We welcome you, sir, with a loud round of applause. Over to you, Murtuza, sir.
Thank you, Nilesh bhai. So till the time panel moderator Naval has come, okay. Naval, can you hear us? Yes.
Hello, can you hear me, Murtuza?
Yes,
Yes,
we
sir.
can.
Yes, okay, great, thank you.
Over to you, Naval. We have already introduced you, and maybe you can start introducing the panelists one by one.
Okay, a moment. So first of all, thank you very much, Murtuza and WIRC team for this opportunity to moderate this very interesting, I would say, topic related to the future of our profession. And we have very good and able panel with us. Starting with, I would like to just introduce briefly Mr. Deepak. So Deepak is having overall 25 years of experience in internal audit, risk management, compliance, and forensic investigations. He is currently the global head of audit and risk management at Cipla. And at Cipla, he has been instrumental in developing fraud risk mitigation controls, employing predictive data analytics in performing internal audits, partnering with the business functions by developing critical information dashboards, performing inclusive field and technical investigations, and institutionalizing the risk management function. So welcome, Deepak. We look forward to hear your interesting views today.
Thank you, Naval.
So next esteemed speaker is a very, we keep on listening to his views in multiple forums, Mr. Mukundan KV. Mukundan is the Chief Assurance and Risk Executive, currently with Allcargo Logistics Limited since 2010, and has more than 3.5 decades of versatile experience in manufacturing, consulting with Big Four and service industries. He is a CA rank holder and CPA USA and CISA and a CIA. He was honored as Chief Minister's Fellow by the Government of Madhya Pradesh for innovative suggestions in the field of accounting in the year 2002. He is also a treasurer of the IIA Mumbai chapter and member of Governing Council of RM Next, an informal forum of risk professionals. And he's also a member of ASSOCHAM, National Council of Internal Audit and Risk Management. So a thorough professional. He's currently working and overseeing the assurance and risk function for Avasya Group, mainly Allcargo Logistics Limited, ECU Worldwide, and Gati Limited, and other joint ventures and subsidiaries. So we look forward to learn from you, sir, today. Very good, very warm welcome to, from our side to you.
Thank you, Naval. Thanks a lot.
And we have, our lady power, Dolly Sureka. She is the Vice President, Assurance and Business Advisory at Swiggy. And Swiggy doesn't need any introduction. Everyone knows it. So she's a seasoned audit and assurance professional with 18 plus years of rich experience in internal, external audit and business advisory function across industry domains. Very rich experience in managing executive management mandate to drive business excellence, strategy execution, and driving cross-functional business initiatives. So she's more than a typical internal audit, and this is why we thought that she will make a really good choice for talking about future. So welcome, Dolly. We look forward to learn from you, especially given the fact that you happen to be from one industry which is actually ahead of the curve, I would say. So welcome.
Thank you, Naval, and look forward to interacting with the panel. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I also would like to welcome our other panelist, Mr. Amit Narkar. He's a qualified chartered accountant, cost accountant, and a company secretary. So you can imagine he has a 360-degree view of all the domains, and he has over 25 years of post-qualification experience in areas of internal audit, enterprise risk management, corporate governance, documenting SOP policies, and overall management consulting. So that shows that he has worked very closely with the management, not only as auditor, but also in a consulting role. He has worked with MNCs as well as consulting organization, including Big Four. And he has experience of working with corporates across multiple industries, such as engineering, auto ancillary, mining, chemicals, agroscience, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, BPO, etc. He is working with the Bayer Group since August 2010 and is heading the internal audit and risk management function for South Asia. This includes India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. So in addition, he's also responsible for risk management of Bayer's Corpscience division in APAC region. So we look forward to learn from you, sir. Welcome, Amitji. Amit, we couldn't hear you.
I said thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, now perfect. Yes.
Okay.
Great. So I would also like to welcome all of our audience here. I'm sure the previous sessions have been interesting and in a way enlightening for most of us in terms of looking at how our future is. And this session, I understand, is the last session of the day. So connecting the dots basically between what would have been already discussed and what we are going to discuss. So I would like to just spend a couple of minutes on the topic itself. As the topic of this panel discussion is, are we ready to face the future? So when we talk about future, friends, it's in my view, it's not only about the technology changes happening around us or the buzzwords, as they say, which we keep on hearing, but it's also about the overall ecosystem and many drivers which are impacting our stakeholders. So considering that in mind, I would like to interview our panelists today and learn from them, for myself as well as the audience here, in terms of what has been there, from where we have come, where we have reached, and where we are, most probably going to land, because no one can predict future with 100% accuracy. But yes, we can always try to foresee the future and try to prepare for it, right? So with that perspective, like for example, we have been talking, and Murtaza was talking about various topics related to document retention and work paper management, for example. So this is one topic which has actually seen quite a big change, if we see, in the last decade. Earlier, somewhere we used to study that there used to be a permanent file and there used to be a temporary file, which will be revised every year, and we used to have those hard copy files, client files maintained by chartered accountants and audit teams in different cabinets. There used to be huge cabinet area in the companies. Slowly that all is away or has already gone away, and now we have reached a stage where all the working papers are being stored in various softwares, teammate, and some companies have been doing that for last 5 years, 6 years. Some companies are yet to do it, but there are other companies who have their own SharePoint sites or shared software, shared folders where everyone can access those folders. There is a structured way, but most of it from hard copy, it has come to soft copy. Even the hard copy based evidences, they are now not being stored. Actually, most of you will agree with me, in a hard copy files of audit working papers. Basically, everything gets scanned and put up in paper. So this is one basic change that we have seen on this aspect, which impacts most of the professionals, right? Similarly, we are all aware that a lot of routine tasks are needed to be done by our auditors, internal audit professionals, as well as other professionals on a day-to-day basis. So for that, now there is a solution called RPA, robotics process automation. So this is something like, you would have seen in a Excel sheet, we used to record macros, and from macros used to do the automation of tasks only within the Excel file. Now you are able to automate these tasks across various softwares, across various platforms, and a lot of chartered accountants have learned it, and they are already using it in their day-to-day lives. So we have come off a long way to make our lives more efficient. Similarly, if we talk about sampling, and if we talk about physical verification, there has been sea change that has been noticed. For example, in terms of physical verification of inventory or testing to be done by customer, there are now equipment available, be it on capital expenditure basis or lease basis, which you can wear as your, for example, like Google glasses, and someone sitting 7 seas away can actually see the thing, but in an experience which like he's standing himself there, and someone else can actually steer the show for him and enable the physical verification, which has been done in last year. So the point which I'm trying to make here, guys, is that a lot of changes have been seen by our profession. A lot of our friends, who are on the watching us right now, may have already done or experienced these things. A lot of friends are going to experience these things, and considering these things in mind, I would like to now ask my first question to our panelists one by one. My first question to all of you is, they say that the future is uncertain, yet we also know that old ways would not open the new doors. So what is your view on the evolution of internal audit profession and its relevance for next decade for internal audit professionals? And I would like to start with Mr. Deepak, and then we'll go to Mukundan, after that to Dolly, and then to Amit. So Deepak, over to you.
Thank you very much, Naval. Thank you for this introduction. I must say, internal audit is not a new concept, and whatever I share, I'll speak of some parts of it. I think my co-panelists will share and complement every bit of it. I would say, if you look at it from the establishment of, the IIA 1941 to the integrated COSO framework, if you look at the evolution of internal audit, 1992 COSO framework, and then we moved to IT internal audits, then we moved to data analytics, and now, as you said, RPAs, in the is what we are looking at. So there's been a wide difference from, looking at 25 to 30 samples to moving on to something like, the entire database is reviewed and analyzed. I think we've come a long way, and we have actually survived a lot, I must say. And moving more from financial records to actually more and, moving to fraud and compliance and, looking in those matters, and risk management is what we are looking at. So that's something that we have come in terms of evolution that we have seen over a period of time. But the current pace of change which we are seeing outside in the environment, it's increasing technology driven, innovation oriented. It's moving on to that, and it's highly risky, and lots of disruptions in the industries around. Almost every industry has been faced with disruptions or with events which is beyond their control. Emerging competition is causing several to go off the radar. So there's a lot of integration across global economies. If you look at the future, this is where we are all moving on to. And where does, how relevant is internal audit in all of these? I think, from the perspective of creating value and preserving value, I think internal audit has got a lot to do in all of these areas. However, we need to realize that the needle has moved significantly from, as you said, manual to what we saw physically, to actually everything which is digital now. An example in our industry, at one, HCP interactions which were, physical in nature, has moved to an entirely new medium, which is a digital interaction. So what are the controls that lie in that scenario? What are the compliances that need to be looked at? How do you actually, create value here and preserve it? That's the domain where internal audit can actually add value. And this is just in one area, say. What about in the area of identifying, the frauds through, risk analytics mediums, which is highly, pinpointed towards things which could go wrong. Areas of, where you can use, move the analytics engine from being what do you say, historic or post to a environment where it is predictive, more predictive in nature. So these are areas where, internal audit can actually focus on in the future. Very important for internal audit actually to innovate for the future. Very important for us to innovate for the future. Normally we have been playing catch up, and that's what we should avoid, in my view. We should look at, developing those skill sets, get the, look at areas of building our technology insights, build up, understand deep insights of our business and the environment around. I think having those in mind, we will be able to have a very impactful, it'll be quite impactful on the on our businesses and on our organizations. It will help us not only to address, the current challenges faced by our organizations, but also, we could look at potential of future challenges that come up for organizations and for us. So I think, it's very important that, we have a clear vision of where our function is right now and where we want to go. And that will help us to drive changes with the, rapid set of change that is happening across the environment and which is hitting our organizations. And I feel that, we need to have a comprehensive look at this so that IA can actually add value, create value, preserve value for our organizations.
So the key message that I get from your deliberation, Deepak, is add value and keep focusing on innovation and find out newer ways of serving your stakeholders. With that note, I would like to go to Mukundan ji. Mukundan, if you would share your thoughts on the same topic.
Thank you very much, Naval. It is very important question, and thanks, Deepak, for setting the ground. So you have absolutely covered what is relevant as far as today's topic is concerned. Because of the internet issue, sometimes I may switch off the video so that if my moderator permits, so that at least people can hear me very these things. And just to start with, apart from what Deepak said, let me also give you because I see that many of our participants may be youngsters. They may not know how it has already evolved over a period of time and how it may go in future. So let me tell you some histories, and some of you may not know that. So that is where it is important that you know about these things. So first and foremost, when these are the days when there were no laptop or internet or Excel or PPT or mobile phone. So I started in 1986. None of these things were there. It is not only for a junior staff, even the senior staff or none of these people, they had these things. So you should go back to the scenario where when we started the internal audit profession, what was the scenario. And in my second year of employment, we had at least desktops which were all in a separate room where there is an air conditioner, and we were all allowed to remove our shoes and go. It is like going to a temple. There were no framework like COSO, SOX, all these things was referred by Mr. Deepak in his talk. Hardly there were any mandatory accounting and auditing standards. There were some guidance notes and some standards. There were hardly anything. Now you can go, you can see the scenario, what would have been the scenario. Now let us see what is the evolution. Okay. I worked in a very large, engineering giant, so we had a very large team. Most of the things were reactive and post-mortem. Nobody asked any questions on the number of people deployed. They were pretty cheap. There were hardly any room for any preventive action because there was hardly any automatic controls. It's mostly detective. Internal audit was not a sought after profession at those days. There was no concept of risk management known to IA professionals in unregulated industries. For example, BFSI used to have, even those days, risk management, whereas the other general industrial category, there was nothing. Okay. Later, the computerization picked up. As our financial system were on a computer platform, this new area of IT GCC, which stands for Information Technology on General Computer Control, it came up. Consequently, in 1996, COBIT, which stands for the Control Objectives on Information Technology, was published. The concept of application control and testing became necessity for the internal auditor, and then the institute came up with the examination of DISA. Then there was an ISAC examination of CISA. Scams like Enron came into surface in 2001. So I am taking you through the journey. In 2002, Sarbanes-Oxley Act was enacted. COSO framework, which was in place in 1992, came into the limelight. This was also a time when multiple accounting and audit standards came into place. Significant level of automation made possible for implementation of preventive controls. So many times, earlier we were all using from internal auditor as a designation. This was a time when we were switched over ourselves to an assurance functions where internal control is the responsibility of the process owner, and our function is responsibility is assurance. And that is why many of us, including me, changed our title to assurance side, not the internal audit side. Unfortunately, even the strong enactments like Sarbanes-Oxley did not prevent the banking scams of 2008. Later, we came up with 3 lines of defense in 2013. So the size of business increased manifold. Risk management framework, COSO, and internal control framework came to effect, and the internal audit profession took the shape of go-to person. I think Naval talked about 360-degree view, a person who has got these sort of things. So significant level of audit department automation. That is audit department automation. I am not talking about the business automation here. Software like ACL, IDEA, data analytics, many other areas like audit administration, risk management, internal financial control, all these things came up. So there were, then now we are in the era of digitalization. So it is like, Dolly will talk more about these things because that is where they are the startup companies where they all talk about this. So I am not touching on this. So this is our the journey so far, more or this one. Now let us look at the future, how it is likely to be the evolution. These are the which I am trying to predict, not necessarily all these things, and it is again a part of journey. So the future which I look at is like there will be far higher level of expectations on assurance, on speed and accuracy. So how you get this assurance faster to us. For example, today in our audit plan, some of the audit activities are done a yearly one, something once in 2 years and once in 3 years. All these things will undergo changes. The level of accuracy, today we do sampling. So the expectation will be 100% expectation. So Naval already talked about robotic processing. So the technologies will enable us. Probably the SIA 5, the standards on sampling will go away, because if it is everything 100%, so our standards on internal auditing also may undergo changes, and we have been always giving reasonable assurance. Now these reasonable assurance, the expectations will be on absolute assurance. So these are the things which I would definitely like to comment upon. Now I will leave the the remaining portions to the other speakers, so that that gives them to enlarge on these things. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mukundan. Yeah, Dolly, you want to say something?
No, go ahead, Naval.
Okay. So, Mukundan, when you were talking about the evolution part, I could actually totally relate to it. And we have actually passed through those phases. And thank you so much for that initial note from your side. The key message that I get from your deliberation is that speed is key now, because, and I totally agree with it, because the management, the speed of doing business itself has increased manifold, and we being a service provider to our business people, we have to keep ourselves up to speed, otherwise we are bound to perish. With that note, I think I'm going to the right speaker candidate, Dolly, who is in the right industry, talking about speed. So Dolly, over to you. What do you think about evolution and our future?
Thanks, Naval, and I think thanks to the co-panelists in terms of setting stage, in the concepts of value creation and preservation, Deepak and Mr. Mukundan, what you kind of helped us understand the journey from a traditional audit function. The way I look at it, and Naval, you spoke about speed, and I'll definitely touch upon that. The way I look at the function, the evolution is largely into, I would say, 3 pivotal points, right? One, in terms of the audit objective and the stakeholder expectations itself, that itself has evolved. Rather than a control, assurance function, organizations are looking at internal audit to give a holistic view, across regulatory and compliance changes, across business processes, fraud risk management per se, and all of it. So the entire the canvas is fairly large. That's one. The stakeholder expectation is changing because it's not merely kind of giving assurance and controls, but even being a business partner. How are you contributing to the business in terms of being a partner in the growth and the profitability, and contributing towards sustainability? I think with the new governance standards that we have on ESG, etc., while it's still not mandatory, but I'm sure as we kind of move ahead in the journey, there would be a requirement of the internal audit function giving more assurance on some of the governance aspects there. The other, the second pivotal point is in terms of the audit execution approach, which we talked about. The entire execution approach in terms of nature, timing, and extent of audit procedures, right? Where it's kind of changed. It's looking at population versus sampling. It's looking at being more proactive and predictive versus reactive. And it is also about timing. When I say timing, it is not, audit is no more a post-mortem exercise. I think organizations are now looking at involving internal audit co-risk partners in initial stages of the initiatives to make sure that we are up and running, in a very tight manner, upstream when the processes are being laid out versus audit function coming at a later point of time. The third thing which I see there's a big evolution and a shift is in terms of the competencies and the skill sets of the auditors. And it's not just about the technical skill set, it's also about behavioral skill sets, our own understanding of the domain per se. And audit is typically a generalist organization, right? Viewed as a generalist function. But I think over a period of time, the breadth of this being a generalist will kind of enlarge, because you would need to have analytics, you would need to have business understanding, all of that, and augmented with our own capability of understanding of technology and stuff. Fundamentally, I think, the point that Mukundan and Naval you alluded to in terms of speed, I would actually say audit function needs to have the right velocity. Velocity is a function of speed and direction. You need to do things fast, and you need to do it in the right manner and in the right direction, kind of moving the organization or the function towards the North Star that we've defined for ourselves. So I think each of us would carry that mandate, and I think that's where the function is evolving in terms of building the right direction, the velocity, and laying out the strategic and the execution plans in accordance to that. So that's from my side on this, Naval.
Yeah, I stand corrected, Dolly, and I agree that velocity is even a more comprehensive and better term to use rather than speed. So I agree with you. Thank you for that. As you mentioned, that we are slowly getting into the business partner role also. So with this note, I would now like to go to our next speaker, Mr. Amit. If you can unmute yourself and share your views also on this evolution part and the future part before we get into deeper discussions on what exactly is happening around.
Naval, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, but we can see you actually.
Yeah,
but
sorry. I've just switched off my webcam because I've got a bad network. Thanks for allowing me that. So I think everyone has spoken well about the documentation. Deepak, Mukundan gave a nice path about how it evolved. Dolly spoke about velocity. So if I just step back and see what is my stakeholders' expectations, right? And I think that is more important. Now I'm talking from a personal experience when I started 25 years back.
Sorry, Amit, we can't hear you now. Amit, it seems that there is some problem on Amit's side. Amit, can you hear us?
The stakeholders, be it the board, be it the functional heads, their process is typically saying, what am I supposed to do from a process perspective? Now, because I think one of the sessions earlier, there was a talk about risk-based internal auditing, right? And I see very clearly that the audit focus or audit approach is moving from just the sampling or statistical sampling to really see the risk in the process and draw areas from calendar, audit calendars, etc. And the discussion has moved from how many transactions went wrong, which process is a problem, or which part of the process is a problem, or what does it pose in terms of what is the risk that is bringing to the organization. So if I just put it very short, the focus is changing from a micro to a macro. They are really bothered about seeing what is the risk that will bring to the organization. And if you look at it, I see that there is a very holistic approach. I think Dolly mentioned about that there is a need for a holistic approach. And I see very clearly a focus there. We are also hearing that there are frauds happening. Frauds have happened in the past. Frauds would happen in the future. So you will see more and more board members or audit committee professionals asking about these questions on fraud detection or fraud prevention. Detection is probably a wrong thing, but fraud prevention. So the focus is changing from transactions to process to risk to fraud compliance and all this stuff. So I guess the scope of work, if an auditor has to harness and has to achieve, is widening as we go. It is turning more macro, it is turned more holistic, which means we as professionals have to be more trained on all those aspects. It is not just transactions, it is not just documentation. I think Deepak and I think the previous panelists, previous session was all about robotics, and you mentioned about Google Glass, etc. So while the technology is changing, we have spoken about that. I guess it is very clearly visible that the stakeholders' expectations is becoming wider and wider. They are asking more holistic questions. They are asking auditors to have a view of the organization end to end and not just one process, right? And I think that is where the change will happen, has happened in many organizations, will happen, and that is where it is going to land up tomorrow. So that is my 2 bits on what is the relevance of IA. IA is going to remain there, but I guess we can't just stick with transactions. We have to have a very holistic view. Thanks, Naval.
Yeah, Amit. So you compared the past and the future very correctly and in a very concise manner. What comes out based on the deliberation by all 4 of you, I would say, is one key message is that now we have to come out of this psychology of checklist audits. I can still see some people in the audience, with all due respect to their questions, they are asking how this tool will work, how this checklist will work. Yes, these questions, how part is important, but why part is much more important than how part. First, we need to connect. First, we need to know the expectation of the stakeholder, and then only we can deliver it. So I think the key message is the future is uncertain, but the future, we can cope with the future only when we are aligned to the changes that are happening. So, with that note, let us go a little deeper into this discussion. So maybe I start with Dolly this time. Dolly, my question to you is, and I would like to ask this again to the other panelists as well, that disruptive technologies like and emerging trends such as robotics, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, precision medicine, or patient design, they're all being told to impact the industry, various industries actually in next decade. So what are the key changes that you see happening around your own industry or sector, which will also impact the internal audit profession in the next decade? Dolly.
Got it. Interesting question, Naval. And I think fundamentally, what would be, how it would impact as audit professionals is, our own understanding of the technology, our own understanding of the business, and how do you kind of contribute to business while understanding it and contributing from a business process perspective as well as from an internal audit perspective. Now, just to take a step back and give a give a flavor to the audience, for an organization like ours, where we have a million plus transactions a day. And typically when we kind of place order on a Swiggy platform, as a consumer, I'm placing an order and there's an interaction with a restaurant partner and there's an interaction with a delivery partner. And anywhere it can go wrong, right? In terms of whether there could be a relay failure, there could be a downtime, there could be something wrong, there could be process breakdown or maybe an intentional fraud, etc. happening. And the most challenging part for our kind of food tech industry is, delivery of meeting the SLA, kind of delivering the food in the right condition to the consumers with a great experience and within a TAT of turnaround time of say, 30 to 45 minutes. So to kind of manage all of this, technology is the backbone of our, of the business. And while there's a product and engineering architecture which kind of supports this, but there are multiple machine learning models, rules, APIs, bots, and some manual interventions which are running. Now, to be able to add value as an internal auditor, and what I see would change is that understanding of all of this. I think Dhruvo kind of covered some bit of it in terms of, video imaging and RPA, etc. But, understanding of all of this and how do you leverage it for an audit to kind of really pinpoint, a process breaking down, etc. is critical. So just to share an example of how we have leveraged some of this from a fraud risk management standpoint is, automated, speech to text. So if there is a call and, based on certain fraud patterns, which is again established on the basis of text mining and manual investigations, we define keywords, and those keywords are sought for. The speech is converted into text. The keywords are sought for in those text. And if there is a red flag, it is actually kind of flagged off for manual intervention or investigation. And within a tad of say X hours, there's a real-time action which happens, right? So the question is how, as an auditor, for us to really contribute to this understanding of various, various models and algorithms are important. Understanding of how rules really work, what are the thresholds. As a chartered accountant, it is not just about looking at numbers, but also understanding the business impact. If those thresholds would have an impact on customer conversions, the repeat rates, frequency, drop-offs, etc. So what are the possible business implications that can happen, and hence how does that impact our business matrices? And finally, most importantly is, how are we ensuring the right experience? How are you eliminating false positives and making sure that, you have the highest standards of precision? So I think from a audit standpoint, the way I see is adoption of this technology is going to be very fundamental. And this would require us to be agile, to be really well-read, to be receptive, and to also constantly be looking out for newer trends and understanding, and not just within the country, because for a business like ours, it is new, right? And tribal knowledge is also limited. So how do you kind of scale yourself, and you're looking for global insights and seeing what are the emerging trends which could be possibly be kind of replicating here. So I think getting that outside in view, because as an auditor or as an internal audit function, we have the luxury of not being very close to the process, and hence our ability to get that outside in perspective is that much more better. So those are the key things that I see, Naval.
Well, thank you so much, Dolly. But before I go to the next panelist asking the same question, I have one leading question to you relating to what you shared. So being a chartered accountant, and I think this will be very interesting for our audience as well, how do you cope up with this new technology? Because see, auditing, doing an internal audit in a typical scenario, process reviews and all that, is a different thing, and many of us are already doing it. But when you talk about these newer technologies where a lot of data is getting generated, and then a lot of laws related to that data, and you don't really know whether the algorithm that has been designed is actually working or not. So do you really rely on some technology background people within your team, or how does it work? In a very quick, couple of minutes, if you could share, it would be very interesting.
Sure. I think it's a very cross-functional effort, Naval, and I think it's a good question, right? When I say cross-functional effort, we kind of work very strongly with our data sciences team, with our product and engineering team, and we kind of share inputs in terms of, say, manual investigations, keywords, and then the data sciences team would actually fit it into the model, and they will give us an output, and then the model typically runs in shadow. When I say it's in shadow, means it is not really live in production, right? And it's not kind of operating on the platform. We run it in shadow to really see the test results. And depending upon the outcome, we kind of constantly iterate and increase the model, matrices, like a model precision or a recall or an accuracy. And then we kind of get the model in the right shape where we believe it is ready for a GTM or a production. But yes, it's fairly cross-functional. And but to be honest, I mean, I don't think as chartered accountants we could go ahead and implement a technology. This requires expertise, and the data sciences team or the applied research team in our organization, they are the experts on this. We work very collaboratively with them, and that's how we kind of put all of this together.
Yeah, so the key point, what I get from your answer, Dolly, is that we have our own skill set. We know the law, we know the accounting requirements, we know the auditing requirements, and we are able to, you are able to collaborate with the business, with the data scientists, technology background people, and bring value to them. You complement them in a way which they, about the sphere that they don't know. So thank you very much, Dolly. Now, with the same question, I would like to go to Deepak. Deepak, what is happening in your industry?
So Naval, I'll continue with what Dolly has mentioned, but I will touch on a couple of other aspects, because I think from the technology front we are all having several rapid technological changes which we are seeing across in our industry, whether it be in terms of automated manufacturing, whether it be in terms of big data analysis, whether in terms of AI, ML. Also, actually, now we are seeing real world data is being used, because what's happening, even including devices which we wear, actually pulls out a lot of information by which a lot of research activities can be conducted immediately. And you are actually designing then whether it be in terms of prescription based or in terms of addressing disease based or whatever, you can address it through these modes. And blockchain for another as an example. So we're seeing a lot of technological developments happening across our industry, and similar to like what Dolly says, understanding of this is very important for us. And I would just want to pick up on a couple of other matters. When these happen, typically we from a more financial environment that we come from, it's very difficult to actually see on the other side what's happening. And that's where I think what we followed almost a similar model as what Dolly has followed. Couple of risks that come out from this is when these typical operating environments interact with our IT environments, it throws up a huge bit of risk in terms of cyber security risks, and it exposes, because typically if you attack the OT environment, you can come back into the IT environment and down the whole systems grid for the company. Ransomware could hit across. And these are areas where we are actually trying to focus on to see that we are able to assure the company, ensure that it is comprehensive. I think right now, as I think Mukundan or Dolly mentioned, it needs to be comprehensive, or Amit mentioned, one of you all had mentioned, it's not going to be like on a sampling basis. I do at one part and it's cleared. It needs to be very comprehensive and across the organization. So any place where there is a small weakness is an exposure to the entire network. So I think we need to be very, that's one of the aspects. Gaining knowledge and technical know-how on that is also a matter of, I would not say as charters we can't do it, because I have a member in my team who's a chartered accountant. So I don't want chartered accountants to feel they can't do it. The person was not at all involved in cyber security or IT risk management. But the passion to learn should be something as chartered accountants that we should all learn from. Technology is nothing but your passion to learn it. And I think if we do that, you learn the technical parts of it very well. Today, he is able to challenge the biggest cybersecurity expert across, and we're able to guide them too. And I think what's important is to figure out the how it is done, and from there you will be able to develop your plans of how to address the particular matter. So I think what as internal audit we are doing from this part is we are trying to, in all these areas, figuring out the how. We are collaborating with people, like Dolly said, cross-functional. We are also doing cross-functional, plus we are building up, external resources or firms that could actually, which have the knowledge base to help us on that. That actually combined makes a good powerhouse. When we are looking at predictive analytics in all these areas, what we are doing is typically from a fraud perspective, no point in picking up later when it's already lost in the market. So what we're doing is, together with business and with our knowledge set, together with technology resources on our side, we are designing the analytics in a manner that picks up the points where you feel that there could be a potential fraud that could happen in the future, where there could be a leakage which could happen, and it's at that point you plug it off so that you do not lose monies out. So I think it's a one is, I think, gaining the technical know-how. If you can't, no harm in partnering. And two is, we need to look at it in a comprehensive manner. We cannot look at one system or just one location for that matter, but look at it comprehensively and collaborate and partner well across the organization, because I don't believe anybody wants to see any losses happening or anything negative for the organization. So it's very important to build that sort of partnering across the organization in all these areas where we are, technology, where we're moving on the technology landscape. Another one very important is to get the insights of the, not just the technical, but what is behind the technical, in terms of from a business perspective or from a operations perspective. It's very important to get that background. And it's good, it would be good for us to sit across with, and it doesn't need to be only chartered accountants, get a mix of engineers, get a mix of young guys who are really passionate about doing something, get them on board and actually take up as projects to address such matters. I think that's the way that we are addressing now. Just a compliment on to what Dolly was saying. I agree with everything with what she said, and we are trying. I gave you some other ways in which we are trying to other areas.
Very nice and very interesting. Especially, your words will be very encouraging for the CAs who are listening to this program. That okay, they can also do it. They can also learn this. Yes, we will come to how how they can do it, and get some tips from you around that, because that how part is the most interesting part for a chartered accountant, as they say. But before that, I would also like to listen to Mukundan. What is happening in your industry, sir?
Thanks, Naval. Let me first, compliment Dolly. I believe that her industry is the one which is coming from the already disrupted. The market we all look at, as startups. They are already disrupted others. So that's the way in which we always look at them with all great respect, and how we can follow them. So that's the way in which it is. And Deepak and me, we are all coming from a traditional, and we are trying to catch up. I don't know, Deepak will agree with me or not, but that's the way in which we are. So coming back to the discussions, let me give you some examples how the logistics industry is either impacted or likely to be impacted, and how it will impact our internal audit function. So that is where my focus will be. So first is let me start with the one thing which you are talked about, 3D. So yeah, see, let us assume, because we are a logistics industry. So this is for the audience. We operate across the globe in multiple areas of logistics. Now let me start with 3D industry. If 3D printing happens, so 3D printing where currently an import is happening from Germany or from China. Now that all will be replaced by a 3D printing machine, or either on your floor, shop floor, or whatever it is. So that will definitely reduce the logistics industry's services, because they may not need, because today currently a cargo is transported from China or Germany, and with 3D in place, we may not even need that sort of things. So this is something which is a disruption which may come up. So now the pressure on the internal audit will be that, okay, if this is an area, I really don't know how much. My assessment is that in the near future, it is not likely to come up. There are definitely 3D printing technologies are there, but it is not so far significantly affected the cargo movement. And because new type of cargo, new type of requirements have come, so it is more or less, it will take care. But assuming there is a disruption happening, a large scale of 3D printing happens where a cargo movement gets reduced, definitely these questions will come on the internal audit on the efficiency and effectiveness side of it. So there can be a downsizing of for the industry, the scope, and that sort of things. I don't know at this point in time. The second disruption what we are likely to happen is driverless vehicles. So this is something which is it is almost true. This is likely to happen. When this happens, where it is all our customers there will be much more emphasis on the safety of the cargo, and there will be much more predictability of the arrival of the cargo. So where of course it has to be supported by the infrastructure, which is to be increased significantly in the developing countries as well as in the developed countries. So if that is the case, then we all will be there in the area of just-in-time inventory and also sort of things where we will not have any problem. So that is something which we are looking forward. When these things do happen, we are benefited, our customers are benefited. We will all definitely pass on these benefits to the customers when these things do happen. So when automation of these driverless vehicles also comes, definitely the information security and other aspects what Deepak talked about will always come into place. So that will be an area where the internal auditor had to upskill the level, and where still ensure that these things are happening and in the right way. So this is the second aspect which I would like to say. The third one, which I think a new concept which I would like to talk about, is the ESG, the environmental, social, and governance issues. As a logistics industry, we are the one who are not good at, because we use a lot of fossil fuel. So the industry as a whole, we all try to do the best thing what is possible. We may do alternative plantations and so many, and solar electricity generations, but the fault still finds that the alternative fuels availability is an issue. So ESG is an area where all of it is a hot topic at this particular moment in time. There are reporting responsibilities in and around that. So an internal auditor will have to definitely look at these aspects. The moment the fossil fuel will be replaced by the other greener fuels. So this is an area for the ESG audit. Whenever we are carrying out, there will be significant changes. We need to understand a lot more, and then that is something very the other one all of us talked about, and even previous people also talked about, this blockchain technology. So even today, across the globe, we are connected with multiple either through EDI or APIs. Our agencies, it is like a port. We are connected, shipping lines. We are connected. We are also connected with our customers. We are also connected with many of the regulatory agencies like customs. So these things are mandatory, and it is all there, more uniform across the globe. Most of the countries, they have these sort of things. Going forward, we believe that this will be increased more and more. Again, this will be an area where our information security, our efficiency and effectiveness will increase. At the same time, the requirement for us to look at more of the information, the security aspects, which will be taken care. There may be also more compliances will also take place because of the integration of different system, whether it is a blockchain technology or this thing. Just to give an example of to the audience how these things can significantly increase. I don't know how many of you are aware that in the middle of the sea, a shipping line burns, a ship burns, and these all have happened. You can just imagine the safety of lives. Thousands of today a big container ship comes with around 20,000 TEUs. 20,000 TEUs cargo, and if a fire happens, you can imagine how much loss happens and how much ecosystem, because of the fuel and everything get into the sea and that sort of way. So just to tell you an example of what is a hazardous cargo, because from there this fire comes. All of us play tennis, table tennis, and table tennis, the raw material used for the table tennis ball is a hazardous cargo. It is a highly inflammable cargo. 1 or 2 table tennis ball doesn't make any difference, but one full container load of a hazardous a tennis ball go from China to India or USA or something, then it is a hazardous cargo. And if it is not done correctly, because today there are many such sort of areas where, irrespective of the regulatory requirement, there are misdeclarations do happen. So all these compliances will be in place when these integrated system like blockchain and other technologies will be coming. So the another thing which Naval, you have picked up about the precision medicine. Now this is something which is going to be a booster for the logistics industry. Of course, we don't do this particular area because this is where today I'll just, if at all I want to tell you an example, it is like imagine a scenario in a Bangalore city where an accident happens for a foreign couple, those who have come from Sweden, those who have come for as a tourism, and a skin grafting is required. Now you cannot do a skin grafting, you cannot do it, get it from India. You have to get the skin from the Sweden. So how do you get the because you cannot lift the patient from here to Sweden. The better way is that you get that skin from their relatives, friends, or whoever it is. So you have to get the skin, you have to maintain the same physical and chemical properties of the skin. It has to reach over a period of time, same temperature has to be maintained, it has to pass through multiple geographies. It may be coming some of the cold temperature countries, then it may get into Dubai, which is maybe a very hot country. Again, it may come to India and so on, and it all have to reach before the operation happens in Bangalore. So this will be a booster for, because these are all specifically designed and medicines, and definitely it is a question of safety of the human lives, and definitely this will all help. So this will be significantly affect. But in this area for the internal audit, it is more of a risk management role than that of an internal audit role. So either in the internal audit, whatever this area, this disruption is happening, we will have a significant role to play. And as rightly, Dolly talked about, we will not be able to do it alone. We may have to collaborate with other teams, whether it is our teams from the business side. We need to understand these things. We may have to take proactive steps, both for the internal audit side as well as for the the risk management side. Thank you, Naval.
Very, very interesting developments happening in your industry, and I am sure that our audience is also enjoying enjoying the insight that you have shared about the things which are already happening or which are supposed to happen, and how internal audit is getting impacted. So thank you very much. Now, with the same question, I would like to go to Amit and ask him what is happening in his industry and what is expected to happen in his industry. Amit?
Yeah. Bayer, I don't know how many people know Bayer, but Bayer is basically a global leader in the crop science industry. So crop science is typically maybe pesticide, insecticide, anything that is able to save a crop and help it grow. We also make seeds, and we are also in the pharma industry. So we have basically two verticals, the crop science and the pharmaceuticals. These are typically a brick and mortar company where traditionally we believed in a face-to-face interaction with our customers and our consumers, and this was all going fine. And there were technological changes happening, but at a very slow pace till the COVID hit us very, very badly. And as Deepak mentioned in one of his comments earlier, that post-COVID there has been a lot of digitalization that is happening. All the meetings with the HCPs, that is the healthcare professionals, so the doctors, is all digital, right? So there is a huge focus on digital interactions or capturing interactions through a digital medium with all our customers, because I need to speak to the customers, I need to know everything, even with this COVID times. So there has been a substantial change in the way business has been conducted in last 1 year, 1.5 years, right? And I see that this change is going to be a permanent change because people have seen advantages of this. What does it mean? So there have been a lot of applications that have been developed in the last 15 or 18 odd months to capture all these capture all these discussions. Because these are core to the business of our organization, as internal auditors, it's mandatory for us to know them. It's mandatory for us to know the process behind it and how we have enabled that process. Because if we don't understand that, really, then I will not be able to audit it. That's a very simple statement. Just to give an example, our customers, our consumers are farmers, right? They buy all the seeds and the pesticides and insecticides. So earlier we used to meet them, explain them, show a demo on their field to say this is how you use it. But now, because we can't meet them, we have got applications which are being hosted on portals, and then we basically invite the farmers to come and start using the applications on the Google platforms, etc. And therefore, we are able to advise the farmer of how the applications has to be used. If he has a problem, he raises the problem on the app, and we reply on the app. Now, all the applications are running, but are they all data is provided by us? So we provide weather forecasting, we provide satellite imaging, right? So now we are not experts in this, but we are typically an aggregator of a platform, and we draw services from various service providers. But for the customer, we are the sole point of contact. So what does it mean? He relies on that app and says that Bayer will provide me this information. I have back-to-back contracts with all the people who provide me data. Now, if you look at all this, being a German company, and we have a lot of compliance-related requires, we are getting into data privacy. So that's another aspect that has come up. That if I'm discussing through a app and getting data, which is so-called personal data from a farmer, right? His mobile number, his address, name. This is construed as a data, privacy data, right? So I need to maintain all the regulations and all the stuff. So simple digitization has made us to do a lot of labor compliances. Now, as an auditor, if I'm supposed to audit this process, audit how it has helped me, how does it impact my business, what is the value addition, what is the risk, I, as an auditor, need to go sit with the business colleague, understand the process, understand what points are being e-enabled or digitized, what is the risk it brings to the business, and start auditing them. I think, and you will see this happening more and more. I don't think we are going to go back on this digitization path that we have undertaken. It's going to get more and more digitized, because I am sure people are seeing advantages of this. Now, this simple app has enabled us to reach millions and millions of more farmers, which I could not do in 2019, 2018. It's gone up. Technically, my sales will go up. Now, for all that, that's what I'm saying. This digital exercise, digitalization, if I use that word, is not going to go back. We are going to go on this path forward. Another example, we have started barcoding all our products to know how is the product moving in the supply chain, because our products don't go from our factory to the farmer directly. It's a three-tier supply chain process, and we need to know where is the product moving, is it getting infiltrated, etc. So barcoding has happened, and we know from the barcoding that our product is in which hands. We have also taught our farmers that if you have a problem, then scan the barcode, and we will tell you whether the product is genuine or not, or is it a fake product or a spurious product. So there are a lot of the initiatives taken, and as an auditor, I need to be open to learning. I need to be open to learn, relearn, unlearn, relearn. I think that's the mantra for all auditors, saying that I cannot be stuck in my past and say this is what I will do in a brick and mortar company, and this is where audits will happen. I think gone are the days where we could just be sitting and saying, I have done my CA, or whatever degree I've obtained, and this is good enough for me to take care till I retire. I think no, we need to learn and relearn the business model, the business applications, and keep on updating myself and make myself more relevant. I think that is the Guru Mantra, and you really can't predict where it will go. I think whatever innovations we have seen in the last 15 years, we will see that happening in the next 5 years. The speed of innovation is going to be phenomenally high. And I think the ability to learn and understand the process is going to be the success for IA professionals in the next decade. I think that's what I would like to say, because I think all other points have been spoken by Mukundan, Deepak, and Dolly.
Very nicely put, Amit, and very interesting stuff going on in your industry as well. Although you say that it is more traditional industry, but I'm sure you have a lot of developments going on in your industry as well. So thank you very much for sharing that. In fact, you already answered one of my questions, which I was planning to ask to you and Dolly. But now I'll straight away go to Dolly. Dolly, in your opinion, what are the aspects where chartered accountants need to bring themselves up to speed, and how do they do it, given whatever we have discussed in terms of the trends going on?
Got it. So first of all, I'll start with a positive note, Naval. I think we've spoken a lot about automation, RPA, and Dhruvo kind of talking, as part of a lot of things that should be done. We should not get overwhelmed with that. I think fundamentally the fact, our course and the sheer rigor that we go through, it gives us a very competitive edge in terms of understanding, nuances related to finance, legal and contractual, and business aspects. So my view is we're already there, right? In some form, then definitely in some shape and form. Now, with the technological disruption that we've seen, and especially in the post-pandemic era, a change in consumer behavior, because consumers have moved to digitizations, new organizations have evolved, new methods of education, payment, food, shopping, all of that has evolved. And with all of this, there is definitely a disruption, and which means that there is an incremental need for us to understand this space better. And the other element would be to understand the business nuances better, because it is not just about about business volumes. It will also be about how am I building a differentiation, and those differentiation could be in terms of consumer experience. It could be in terms of the right kind of in terms of my experience, as well as in terms of the SLAs with which I'm working, right? So I think from a chartered accountant perspective, it's an incremental learning that we should invest in, and to be staying on the top in terms of business trends, etc. Just read, and I think Amit alluded to the point, learn and unlearn. I think that's going to be that is the mantra. Read as much as possible, engage as much as possible with industry experts, with people across multiple sectors, and I think that is where it'll be more about how our capability in terms of connecting the dots, and building that mindset to say that, hey, irrespective of whichever segment that I am, even if I come from an FMCG space, I can actually contribute significant value maybe to a food tech company, right? And the ability to connect the dots, I think, is going to be very important.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dolly. And just to add to what you mentioned, I think our Institute of Chartered Accountants is already doing a lot of new initiatives that I have personally seen.
Right.
So on the website itself, you can see a lot of materials. I have personally seen and downloaded background material on business responsibility reporting, which is a 278-page comprehensive document only on ESG. I don't know how many of us are aware, but and then if you go on DAB website within ICAI, you'll find a lot of materials on these newer technologies. It's just that we need to find out time to go through that. It is not perfect, I would say, but yes, a lot of stuff is already there. So with leading with this background, I would like to actually ask our friends in WIRC, Murtuza. Murtuza, would you like to share, what is ICAI, how ICAI plans to cope up with these emerging trends?
Naval, thank you. And I would also sought views from the chairman WRC later on, but let me give 2 or 3 pointers. So once ICAI at Central has kept aside a huge sum of money for developing tools and softwares which will be made available free of cost to SMP, small and medium practitioners, because they cannot afford. And what I know right now is there are 2 solutions of software which are already ready. One is the sampling, statistic selection thing, and one is the document management software. These 2 are ready. And I'd also seen mail which was sent by ICAI to all chartered accountants across India, and telling them to register before 30 June if they require the software so that it can be made available. But I'm sure if someone has missed out, they can even register now, and it is on WRC website. They can even write to wrc@icai.in, and we can in a way ensure that they get this software free of cost. That is number 1. Number 2, I would say ICAI at Central again has tied up with for idea software with Castware Canada. And otherwise, if you go and buy idea, it is like very costly. But because of this tie-up, a practicing CA firm with the firm registration number can get the idea software for 50,000 plus GST in the one time, and then every year renewal fees is only 10,000 rupees plus GST. So if someone wants to begin, they can start with idea, and idea has got a lot of videos. There are queries which are already written, and procure to pay, order to cash, bank reconciliation. Just put the data what is required in the table, and then you run the queries and you can start your work. So something like that. And one other last thing which I would want to touch upon is at WRC also under the dynamic leadership of Manish Gadia, this year we have started one course. So I was seeing some question or something. So this is in 3 parts. Part 1, we are trying to cover the SQL, which is a database on the Python and R, which is 60 hours only for 9,000 rupees, 60 hours learning. And the second part is part 2, where we are going to teach Tableau and Power BI, 40 hours for 5,000 rupees. And the third part is RPA and OCR type of technology, where you can do automation of accounting, bank reconciliation, etc. So this can help us in consulting, audit, etc. And that again, part 3 is 50 hours, 9,000 rupees. And I'm sure for 150 hours, if we go out, the fees will be at least more than ₹1 lakh. But WRC on no profit basis has organized this. And the first batch was filled in 3 days. The second batch also happened so fast. And now we are opening the third batch for the first part and the second part also. So I think there is a lot of things which are happening at ICAI, at WRC, etc. also. So that was for whatever my knowledge, but I would request Manish Bhai also to add anything. There are so many technological initiatives which you are taking. Manish Bhai, maybe you can also take a minute or so and add something to that. Yeah.
So thank you, Murtuza Bhai. As far as technology is concerned, this year we are very keen to do more and more on technology part. The way we are looking at WIRC or ICAI is that the compliance practice, what we were earlier used to be, is day by day it is reducing. So our main focus is on technology, and at WIRC every third Thursday of the month we are having one or another program on technology. Apart from the technology series, what Murtuza Bhai has already discussed and told us. Various software also he has updated, various tools also he has updated, that whatever our central committee has doing under the leadership of Manu Agrawal, our central council member, and of course President sir. So these are some of the technology initiatives we have started and we are doing, and we are open to have more and more investment or research as far as the technology is concerned. So that is the first and primary focus this year as far as institute is concerned. So over to you, Naval.
Thank you, Chairman Saab and Murtuza. I think I'm very happy to find that a lot of things are happening, and it is very much under the note of ICAI. And because being the flag bearers, I think when you lead, then the entire profession goes in the right direction. So thank you very much for sharing those insights. Now, I would like to also ask one question to both Deepak and Mukundan relating to change in business and economic practices, whatever we have discussed. So we have seen in the past that whenever the business practices change, the procedures change, and the way of doing things changes, then overall governance structures and related regulations also do change with time. So what are your views, Deepak? Maybe I'll start with you on overall governance landscape currently applicable to your industry, or maybe overall also you can comment. What is it that you expect to be changed in next decade, which will also impact internal auditing profession? Deepak?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. See, I just give you a couple of pointers which we have. See, when we look at the changes which could happen, is because we are a global organization. What happens is you have laws and regulations across geographies which could impact you in several ways. Any changes in the business environment there, a process there, anything would have an impact on on you. So it's important to have the first mover advantage in terms of understanding if something is going on. Two is, doing rather than doing post analysis, important to do a pre one and to ensure that controls are and processes are put in place right in the beginning. Because apart from just being in geography, it's also about growing. It's also to understand what is the cultural aspects out there in such geographies, because that plays a lot of role in terms of whether you are the level of controls and to what extent do you want to go to ensure that policies and procedures address those. Apart from that, in across geographies you have these onerous provisions of law which have come into play now, which is significantly high, and it is a matter of concern to all stakeholders within the company. Amit just brought out one on terms of data privacy from that side, but you have various laws in terms of whether it be ABAC, money laundering, anti-money laundering bills, and all. These are all laws which have got tremendous impact across geographies. So I think it's important to address these matters by taking the first mover advantage to build frameworks. What will be policies, processes, people who should oversee these? How do you build, an ethical a framework of doing business? It's important to get this culture seeped into all members across the organization, and also to understand if you're in several geographies, how do you make it available in languages available to them so that they understand it? Because tomorrow you may be saying one thing, the person on the other side doesn't understand that. Might be, I think, even and it matters where your organization is growing, and it matters where it's you need to get maturity levels in various areas. So I think these are a couple of points, and doing independent assessments at regular points of time. You don't what do you say, I think Mukundan mentioned it earlier. It's not going to be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, you decide which one to do. I think it's about providing assurance on various of these pieces which are really key, and which would give sleepless nights to anybody. Is where we need to focus on, ensure that the right ones, the key ones, are being focused on, addressed, and there is an assurance over, an independent assurance over these processes. So I think that's the way that you could address it internally. How you can look at whatever the things happening, external aspects which impact your environment. How do you build that within your frameworks and processes? And third is in terms of how do you get independent assessments to be done very quickly, and how do you automate them, or get systems or processes to ensure that they get repeatedly looked at and closed out, so there is nothing to be, you can have a reasonable level of assurance that things are going fine in these matters. That's how I would address it. Over to you, Mukundan.
Mukundan, what do you see happening around, in the governance structure as well as in the regulations?
Thanks, Naval, and Deepak. You have made my life much more easy by touching about the various subjects. Let me put it from our industry point of view, and maybe one or two more points, more to do with our EAs, those who are the colleagues, as part of our audience. So global warming and the carbon reduction program, this is going to be taking center stage. And you can see already the regulatory activism from NGOs, where the non-profits on the ESG, where they are definitely, we see the news that okay, stopping financing of this particular activity which is causing an impact on the environment. So already there are multiple activism are happening in this particular area. This will be one of the biggest regulatory impact which is likely to happen, particularly because we as an industry, the logistic industry, we expect that the mandating of using the greener fuel will be coming in place, but these are all the part of this particular activity. Second thing which I am finding is that, again, something to do with our industry. There is definitely a lot of regulatory compliance once you look at the developed countries. Whereas in developing countries, particularly if you look at Asia, or if you look at the African countries, for example, if my truck driver in France, before he starts his truck, he has to insert his driving license, and he is allowed to drive, say, 8 hours in a day, and afterwards he is required to, it is mandatory for him to take a rest. and afterwards only he is allowed to move forward, or otherwise a second driver, he has to put his driving license and the move forward. So this doesn't happen in India. So that is, or many other, this thing. So there may be more these sort of, this is more of replication what is happening in other world. It will be all coming into the the developing world, or underdeveloped world. So similar things can happen. For example, in a warehouse, currently if there is a fire happens, their automatic sprinklers are there, but the same thing where how it happens in a foreign country is that they are automatically connected with a fire service station, and you don't have to pick up the phone and talk to them. They will come automatically, because there is an automatic alarm system for them. Before even you waste your time on picking up the phone and talking to them, they will automatically come. They automatically understand where is the locations and everything. Even if you can imagine it is like an unmanned situation, like a holiday or any such situation. So these things, so these are more of replication of other practices which is happening in these things. So these are all, one way it is beneficial. It may be more expensive, but for the customer's point of view, this all will be beneficial. One more thing, very important thing, which this is more for our audience, at least as from the panelist side, I know that all of us are on this particular side. I want to know, this is nothing to do with my industry, this is something to in general in practice. Many of you must be doing the regulatory requirements, for example, in IFC testing, internal financial control testing, or many other aspects, where today the CARO this is again, it is undergoing changes, and there will be more implementation. How are we protecting as an internal audit ourselves that we are discharging our functions? Are we able to create the relevant? Because this I am concerned at this point in time when I talk to many youngsters and those who are in practice, particularly in the medium firms as well as from the smaller the firms, where I am excited to hear from Murtuza about the practices what the institute is coming up with, particularly for the documentation. So my question to the practicing professional or the other internal audit firm, departments, do you have a record of all these IFC testing? Tomorrow an SFIO walks into your office, whatever may be the reasons, regulatory activism, okay, are you able to demonstrate, okay, when I have done a management testing, whether I have covered all these things within my team, who all have done, what time he has done, and what are the samples they have picked up, what are the communications they have done with this one, what are the proof of these things? So I believe that there is always necessary as internal auditors for us to protect ourselves first, and we should definitely serve our stakeholders. So this is an additional point. This is nothing to do with my industry. This is something which I would definitely like to bring for the audience benefit, so that that will be definitely a point. And Murtuza has already given a tool for that. It has to be taken very, very seriously, so that whether you are in the seat or not, after 7 years or 8 years, if you get a notice from the SFIO what you did as internal auditor, you may not be there in that organization itself. Are you able to demonstrate that you have done the right things? So this is something which I would definitely like to add. Otherwise, I am through, Naval. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mukundan. And I would like to compliment what you said and just share my thoughts to the limited knowledge I also have. Based on my interactions with some of very senior professionals who are part of NFRA or who have been part of some of these, who have seen some of these SFIO and ED kind of investigations, what comes out is there is a increasing realization. It may not have culminated into a law yet, but the key point is that economic fraud, corporate fraud needs to be tackled with. And the regulators and the government, everyone is very conscious about it. They are continuously thinking about how to tackle this problem and finding out new ways. So one of the realization which has already happened is that whenever a corporate fraud happens, there are always some set of people who are already aware about it, and how to make sure that those things get reported. Because as per ACFE studies for last 10 years, I've been studying that, the earlier you detect a fraud, the lesser is the loss. So how quickly you detect a fraud, and fraud is the focus, as you rightly mentioned. So what is happening is that slowly, if you see, internal audit related activity is also getting more and more prominence. As initially we got into the Companies Act for the first time, the appointment itself was recognized, I would say. although much needs to be done about that. But now subsequently, starting this year, in CARO 2020, they prescribed that statutory auditor will have to specifically comment whether he has considered the internal auditor report or not. It might be happening already in practice, but now it has been made mandatory because some of them might be ignoring it. So I completely agree with you that looking at covering your own risks through the proper documentation, approach, sampling, and whatever, it becomes key. And I think it will become more and more important in the coming decade as well. So totally agree with you. Any comment from any of you on this? Deepak, Dolly, Amit, anything that you would like to add on this? Yeah.
Naval, I think we'll have to try and close it in the next 5 minutes if possible, because we'll take some questions as well.
Yes, Murtaza, we are. But before that, any quick comment from any of you on this? Okay, so
Mukundan and Deepak kind of summarized it really well. So completely agree in terms of the thoughts that have been laid here. Yeah.
So guys, my last question, very quick one to all of you, one by one. Maybe I start with Mukundan this time. Are we ready for future?
Very good question. Naval. So let me put it this way. We all have talked about. I'll just summarize the whole this one with a few pointers which I have just noted. It is the summary of our journey. It is all for the future. The theme for the internal audit has been experiencing a shift. Documentation to data, manual to automation, people to technology, transactions to acceptance, detections to prevention, errors to fraud indicators, and assurance to value add. The evolution is a journey, and to meet requirement of value creation and the dynamic business environment. This evolution is part of our stride, and it will continue to happen. So this is the way in which I look at these things. If all of us are concerned about these things, we are all aligned with this area, we are all moving in this direction, we all are ready for the future. At the same time, if we are not, because as many of the speakers talked about, I also expressed the concern relating to the regulatory requirement, for example, a documentation aspects relating to that. If you don't do all these things, then definitely our profession, that internal audit profession, is going to be vulnerable to complacency, it is to insignificance, and also being to be replaced by a transformation of internal audit. And that is the transformation is the only solutions which will be there. Otherwise, we will not be in place at all, because definitely all these disruptions and all these things are bound to happen. With that, I hand over to the next panel speaker.
Deepak, any quick comment?
No, I think Mukundan covered it for all of us, but just wanted
Yes.
to just state a couple of things. As I don't think we should look down on ourselves. Of course, there's a pace of change which is happening. I think we should, as Amit rightly put it, continuous learning is a very important aspect of our journey, and sessions like these only help all of us to realize where we should focus on, how we should integrate, collaborate amongst ourselves, and ensure that our profession is able to add value to the industry, to the organization. Very important for all of us to have a very a minds, not to be in a denial mode. We should avoid being in denial mode. We should move more to an aspect of saying we need to improve, and it's going to be constantly that we need to improve and change. We need to adapt very fast and as Dolly rightly said, be agile. So that's what I would put across as something that we should do, and I believe we could move ahead into the future.
Can't agree more. Dolly, anything from you?
I mean, I would say that future is uncertain. And I think our readiness will only be a point in time. So I think all of you kind of alluded to being constantly learning, being agile, being nimble. All of that will continue. So I think future will evolve, and so will our profession, and so will our learnings would continuously evolve.
Very positive. Amit, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with everyone. I think we are ready, subject to the condition that we are ready to be flexible and to keep on learning. Right, things are going to change dramatically and extremely fast. If we are flexible enough and are keen to learn, I think we will be ahead of the curve and be more relevant to do our work effectively and efficiently. I think that's my mantra. So learn, unlearn, relearn. That's my 3 golden words.
Great, Amit. So we've got a good mantra from Amit, and we've got a lot of pointers for the audience here during this discussion. In fact, I personally stand benefited by the knowledge of all the panelists. Now, with that note, I would like to give it back to Murtuza.
Thank you, Naval. I think it was an interesting discussion. And before I hand over to my council colleague for the formal vote of thanks, I would want to thank all the participants for the large number of registration and for staying us through the 15 hours and allowing us to cover everything. And wherever we were delayed also, they stayed till the end. So I'm extremely grateful for all of them. Now, Umesh bhai, over to you for a formal vote of thanks for the panel and the session. Umesh bhai.
Yes, thank you, Murtuza, for a wonderful arrangement of this refresher course on internal audit. And thanks to the today's panelist and moderator Naval Bajaj for conducting the session in a very wonderful way. And the way he has gone, that is past, present, and future, and the issues related to that. Thanks to Mukundan sir, thanks to Deepak ji, thanks to Dolly ma'am and Nitin sir. Though he is not there on a video, but we are listening Nitin sir on audio. And I am the person from GST angle. Internal audit is not my domain, but I myself learn many things that internal audit is just like checking your immunity every time, that there should not be any disease in future in the organization. My role is very small, that is to present vote of thanks, but you all are masters in your area. Hats off to your knowledge, hats off to your commitment toward the profession and the dedication that you have shown. Our participants will definitely get benefited, and such types of speakers are rare to found, but due to the virtual world, we all are there on the same platforms. So thanks to the digital era, and you people have given the sign of future, that digitalization and the changes that are going to happen in our professions. So I wish you all a very healthy life, and all the participants, them also a healthy life, and please take care. And thanks to Murtuza and thanks to Manish Bhai, chairman of WIRC, for organizing these sessions. With these notes, I thanks to Mishra ji, our technical support staff, and Subhash, the one-man army at WIRC, and all the office bearers who have taken lot of pains to conduct and give the gains to the participants. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh bhai. I would want to thank all the WR staff, Seema, Ulka, Subhash, Mishra ji, and Vaibhav for really great work done. And I think almost we had on every day for one moderator, 4 panelists, 2 speakers, and somewhere keynote. So like 40 odd people, all coming from industry and sharing their knowledge. So really grateful to each one of you. And today, Mukundan ji, Deepak, Dolly, Amit, and Naval, really grateful. Thank you. A big thank you to all of you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to yes.
Thank you.
Good weekend to all of you.
Thank you, everyone.
Good weekend. Bye-bye. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.